Happy 2 in the morning! I love the graveyard shift. I hope you're happy for it as well. And yeah, hello, welcome everyone to Lufia, the arguably best RPG to have released on the SNES. Yes, there's a lot of competition. I'm still gonna say it's the best because it is my favorite and it's my childhood and it's etc, etc. And yeah, it's going to be a blast of a run. But before we begin, first off, immediately, I will need the maximum name closed and I will need that info before I can start, as I will need to put that in immediately.
So there is actually no submitted name, so you get to choose, I suppose.
Alright, in that case, the text boxes in this game are similar to Pokemon. They are getting generated letter by letter. So a shorter name is better, so we're just gonna be, whoops, exclamation mark. Speedrun threads, yay, gonna save me like 2 seconds over the 4-hour run. Great tests. Alright, set, done, notes are up. Yeah, sure, alrighty then, I'd say let's start the countdown and start the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck and fun. So immediately we're just gonna go into a lot of tutorials. We're gonna learn how to use everything in this game, from solving puzzles, etc, all the boring stuff for RPGs. We'll learn how to, you know, shoot arrows, stun enemies, push blocks, cut grass, kill monsters, etc. So for the early game, let's talk about the category a little bit more. Any percent, NMG, no Manip. NMG should be something that most people have already heard at some point in their lives. Obviously is standing for no major glitches. If we were allowing major glitches, the run would already be over or close to be over, funny enough. If you want to see that, yeah, any percent incentive. Go for it, people. If we can make it, I'd be very happy because I'm going to make a ton of jokes on the cost of the game's code, because the game's code really is not great for this version of the game. And yeah, the punchline of that is going to be any percent run. If we can make that happen, I'd be a very happy man. And yeah, so no major glitches. We still see some minor glitches and no Manip. This game is fully broken up. We fully know how RNG works in this game, and if I were to have started the game with 4 empty save files, I also would know the exact RNG value I'd be on. And from that point onwards, if I do the exact same steps and the exact same frames, etc, it's always the exact same outcome. From then on, it's perfect movement, perfect step count, and action RNG to get everything done. Makes it a little bit boring, makes it a little bit grindy, because, you know, 4 hours of, oh yeah, wrong step and you're finished, and that's not a lot of fun. So not even too long. I think like a year, maybe 2 years ago, some people actually sat down and were like, you know what, we don't like the any percent category of this game anymore. We don't like it. No one wants to run it because it's no fun. So let's make a fun category out of it. And out of it came the no Manip category, where the base is just like, I have to start with save files so that I do not know which RNG value I'm starting on, and I won't be able to manipulate it from here. So true random, you could say. However, there might be still instances where I accidentally RNG manipulate something. I'm trying to avoid things by saving regularly, and if I ever game over, I will immediately do a couple extra steps and then save over that file again to you know, shuffle the RNG around again and all that good stuff. So yeah, nearly out of the tutorial cave, yay. Learning how to place pots. Killed a couple of enemies. One small thing already, we had an encounter that had 2 enemies in it. As of right now, we only have a single character in our party, and therefore it is most likely that we'll only get encounters with 1 enemy in it. There is a small chance for getting encounters with 2 enemies in it, which we already hit once, which means we're a little ahead already, which means we already got, with the extra kill, we got 5 extra gold pieces. For the first shop, or technically a second shop, because we already done the first shop on the game, we will need a total of 11 extra gold in order to afford it. If we do not get that extra gold from extra mobs, we'll have to sell potions. I kind of don't like selling potions because, you know, we kind of need to use those and we kind of like to use those. So yeah, we prefer if we get the money. I mean, we're already 5 ahead. That means we're only 6 behind, which would at the current moment mean having to sell 2 potions. And, you know, there is RNG involved still with the fights, especially the second boss in the run is very notorious for just, you know, sometimes not liking you and spamming strong attacks and forcing you to heal, and then you don't have any potions anymore. That's kind of bad. So we'll see. We will get into 2 more fights on the way to the next boss that have a chance on, you know, spawning with extra enemies. And with that, we're on to the world map, and we're starting off with immediately opening and closing the menu a lot. Why are we doing that? Well, funny enough, the devs didn't think encounter RNG very much through for this game. When I open the menu on the overworld, it actually completely resets my encounter value and protects me from getting encounters at all for 4 steps. And then obviously, since the encounter rate was resetted every step after that, it is less likely for us to get into an encounter. So we, you know, just close the menu a bunch of times to avoid getting into random encounters on the overworld. Simple as that. Also, you've just seen me make use of the reset spell there for the first time. Funny little spell, very helpful to reset puzzles in case I mess something up. Hey, double mushroom. That's an extra 10 gold. We're good on money. Yeah. Reset spell resets puzzles in case I mess something up, and we sometimes also just use it in order to get out of rooms faster. And we got to the first boss. So story behind this is basically this lizard attacked the guard of the cave, stole the key to the next city. Everyone in the village was very upset about that, so we just threw a couple boomerangs on it, Australian style. And that is something that we're gonna be doing for a little while. So we were able to buy these items in the shop already. They're called boomerangs. They're dealing like 30 to 50-ish damage AoE on everything. And we really like that because our normal attacks would be doing like 10 to 15 right now, so that is a lot of damage increase. And they're also pretty cheap at 20 gold pop, so we really like using those a lot. Scrolling down my notes. Oh god, I'm just noticing that. Mouse cursor. Hope I'm not gonna annoy people with that. With my completely legal SNES. Special edition. So, say hello to Iris. Iris is telling us right now that it's our fate to fight and that the entire world is danger and only we can save it. So obviously, first thing we're going to do is heal up and then create a save file because, obviously. And then we're going to use the escape we found earlier. Made a small detour for that in the cave, simply because, you know, getting out of dungeons is quicker than walking out of dungeons. In most cases, at least. And no encounter here. Nice. And earthquake! Oh no! Everything is shaking! Wonder what happened to that. Yeah, the people in the town, if we were to actually, you know, interact with people, would just tell us, oh yeah, the earthquakes, there have been a lot of them, and we absolutely hate them. And they seem to come from the lake cave nearby, so, you know, we might as well check it out. Get an encounter on the way. Sometimes I don't do the menu opening simply because there aren't too many steps to go somewhere. Taking a small risk versus reward, obviously, because opening the menu a bunch of times takes time. Get over here. Don't annoy me, Mr. Slime. All right. Mr. Bach does not annoy me. Very nice. So we're going a little out of our way here to get our new weapon. which we're gonna use for a good little while. They are faster than me. That means I had terrible speed rolls on my level up so far, which I'm not a fan of. But that's also exactly why I like having my potions. Also, you might have noticed that I like to engage enemies from the sides. That is a feature of the game. Shoot them in the order I kill them. If I look at the side of an enemy as I engage it, I get a 50-50 to get an ambush on them. If I get to attack them facing from behind, it is a 100% chance to get an ambush on them. The same is also true for enemies though, so if they come close to me from the side or from the back, they will also get that 50-50 chance for ambushes on me. That stun ran out. That is sometimes stun management is only lasts like I think it was like 5 or 6 steps that I take. Right, so going down here, hidden stairs. Easy little puzzle. Just make the arrow point upside down to open the door. To get the key. Keys are very important. Keys open doors. If we can't open doors, then we can't progress. Therefore, we will be collecting keys. Luckily, unlike most Zelda games, there is only a single key in the game. So we done a detour a little bit early in the dungeon to get a new weapon, the so-called Insect Crush, which deals double damage against everything that's insects. For whatever reasons, mushrooms in this game are also considered insects, so everything in this little monster horde room here will die quickly, except for the eagles, but for those we have the boomerangs. And if we run out of boomerangs, because we also still need them for the boss and for the enemy that we're going to be fighting after the boss, we also have a special attack on that boss, on that weapon. So to elaborate on that one, you might have noticed that orange bar at the bottom. Another double. That is the IP bar, the Ichor points or anger points or whatever it's called in every different translations. Works in general very simple. It's just, you know, you get hit, the bar fills, the bar is filled, means you can use special attacks. The special attacks are determined by the equipment you're using. Another double, so in this case we have the bomb attack ability on the Insect Crush, which is just an AoE attack. Which, since I do not have enough boomerangs right now anymore, since I did get all the double eagles in the world. Did all that for a speedy ring, by the way. For safety for a lot of the run. Increases our speed, allows us to consistently go faster than our enemies. You know, going faster than your enemies is nice, because then you can kill them before they can kill you. Put the speedy ring on, heal up, heal to full. I know I just used the potion to heal 2 HP, but those 2 HP can sometimes make all the difference. Might also want to add all the enemies have their set movement patterns. Technically, you could call that encounter manipulation, what I'm doing here with, you know, just moving in specific ways in order to avoid certain encounters without having to stun them. It's not RNG manipulation though, so it's allowed. So yeah, why were we here again? Oh yeah, right, earthquakes. So turns out there is just a giant fish living in this cave, a catfish, who's catfishing people. Literally, because he's just being like, oh, I'm bored, so I'm making earthquakes in hopes that someone comes here and entertains me. And yeah, we kind of don't like that, so we're gonna throw boomerangs at him. He has a lot of different attacks. That's a -2, that's a great start. Flash is the one that we absolutely do not want to see, because it's the hardest hitting move and will immediately murder us if I'm not careful. So we really don't want to see that. Boomerangs in this fight will do anywhere from 47 to 53. That's a -1. He has 200 HP exactly. So if every boomerang equals out, averages out to 50 damage, that means he will be dead, and I will not have to throw another normal attack afterwards. So we're currently 1 point behind the curve. Now we're, again, 2 points behind the curve. So there is a, 2 in 6 chance that this won't kill. So I'm healing again. Oh, wait, other way. 4 in 6 that it won't kill. 2 in 6 that it will kill. Let's see if we get the high roll. That is another low roll. He has like 5 HP left. Which doesn't matter because we can just normal attack to kill him. Yay, terrible catfish fight. Also, we sadly did not get a catfish duel, which is illegal to be used in the category, so we couldn't have used it anyways, but I could have, made more jokes about how the catfish just catfished me. A reset to get back to the entrance. So before we are... Oh, come on, screw you. Before we're allowed to continue the game now, we have to meet up with our friend Tia, the shopkeep from the first town. Which I'm not supposed to know yet. I'm supposed to go back into town and talk to the people there. Okay, Slime, leave me alone. To, get the info that she is trying to come after me. Trying to find me. And yeah, she's being molested by this skeleton with this very weird-looking sword. Love the skeleton sprite in this game. Anyway, yeah, boomerang and they're dying. We love boomerangs still. And yeah, then Tia's just gonna be like, I don't want you to leave, I want to tag along, etc, etc. And then she's gonna be like, oh yeah, I can watch out for myself. Gonna run over to the left, gonna get attacked by another monster, we kill it, and then we're like, fine, you can tag along, I guess. And with that, we're getting the weakest character in the... access to the weakest character in the game. I'm sorry, Tia fans, but it's true. Tia is arguably the worst character in the game, has very low attack stats, knows a little bit of magic. The only thing that Tia can really do well is speed. Tia is the second fastest character in the entire game. There is only one who is from base values faster than her, and that is the very last character that we're gonna get. So speed is also kind of an important stats. For turn order, for running away from enemies in case I get into encounters that I don't really want to deal with, etc, etc. Also one of the reasons why we grabbed the speedy ring. Because, being consistently faster than your enemy is nice. Welcome to Lonne's kingdom, where we're gonna do a lot of shopping. First of all, we're gonna sell our small knife that we used before, as well as the miracle that we picked up for a load of money. Then we're gonna buy 31, we're gonna buy 4 escapes, 1 warp, and get a mini shield for Tia. So the miracle we just sold, we just found in the last dungeon. It's a full revive, full MP heal. Really, really good item to have, especially for safety, but they also sell for 1,000 gil, which is a lot. We can get a lot of boomerangs for that. Also, oh no! These guys got news that the crown has been, stolen and replaced with a replica. And they want to go and check it. And then this guy's like, wait a second, I've never seen you. But haha, we're no palace guards. We're Birdie and Bard, the master thieves. And they're here to steal the crown, and now they're threatening everyone with a bomb. Because, oh no, a bomb. And it comes, 3, 2, 1, boom. Wait, why doesn't it go off? There it is. So yeah, while Birdie and Bert just got blasted by their own bomb, the guards are just, as you can see, just still looking there as they're slowly making their way back to start. Can't believe they survived that bomb and just be like that. But yeah, the palace guards are also just very, very kind because, as you can see, they're literally not caring as they're running away. Neither caring when they come back to steal the crown again. And the king's like, what you doing? Do something! Don't just stand there! So yeah, for the king's lack of proper guards, we are sadly now forced to go into the basement of the castle, where Birdie and Bart have run away to. And yeah, retrieve the crown because we're the good guys. We do stuff like retrieving crowns for kings who have staff too incompetent to protect crowns. Grabbing that pot, avoiding that horse. If I get close to that horse, it's gonna start chasing me until I get a certain distance away again. So we generally want to avoid getting close to horses unless absolutely necessary, like in this case. Absolutely no way to dodge that horse. Throwing more boomerangs, because we love boomerangs. And actually getting the kill in one. What do we have here? Oh my god, we found bombs! Yay! Now we can bomb ourselves! Funnily enough, against contrary belief that what the cutscene just taught you with Birdie and Bart getting blown up by their own bombs do not actually hurt me. So I'm very happily standing in the middle of that explosion. Also, hey, see that pot over there? That pot would look great on this switch that you know, brings the bridge out. Wish we could get that pot over there. But, you know, getting that pot over there would take time, so we're just, you know, casting... Oh, god damn it. Casting reset on the button that the pot magically teleports over. And then, yeah, those guys showed up and just, you know, walked straight into me, annoying me with a freaking... back attack. We love back attacks. We love getting ambushed. We love wasting time with enemies taking turns and dealing damage to me. That's the best. That's why I love this game. So yeah, most enemies have, as I said earlier, most enemies have their own movement pattern. Most are very avoidable. Some enemies, however, have a somewhat random moveset. Also, hey, Bejeweled. Connect 3 buttons with each other and they will disappear. But we only have 5 of the blues and reds, so we have to get them all in a 5 line. Yay! Fun little puzzle. That's also one of the beauties of this game. Really, like, there's a lot of beautiful puzzles that are a lot of fun to play. Alrighty then, bottom right to the teleporter, a little spike maze. We don't really care about the spike maze though. The reward in there is something that we really don't care about, but we care about this miracle. Once again, full revive, full MP heal, absolutely great item to have. And we're just gonna end up selling it again because, once again, 1,000 gold, a lot of money. Once again, doing the trick, standing on the button, then just warping out to have the button pressed. And we're in a monster room. We have to kill everything in here in order to get out, and I absolutely hate that already. So we want to see a lot of those small kobold creatures. We do not like to see horses here. Kobolds are worth good experience, good money. Hey, that's a better encounter. And they have a small chance to drop a weapon called the long knife, which we don't really care about too much for the weapon factor of it, but we kind of like one because if we get one, that's an extra 400 gold in our pocket. And, you know, 400 gold is a lot of money. Sadly, no drops. That's okay. A money route is not made around actually getting those. We just, you know, kind of like it. Could have bought a spell earlier if we get enough money. Encounters were looking good, though. We will be killing one more kobold encounter in a little bit. Also, oh no! We're trapped! Oh, we fell right into that trap. Oh no, they were gonna activate! But that was the wrong one. Wanted to watch us away and then run away, but apparently they don't know how things work down here. Oh well. Hey, it's a crown! Must have dropped it. I mean, we're not complaining about finding crowns. Yay! So now we're getting the responsibility of bringing the crown back to the king, and the king obviously is going to be very happy about getting his crown back and is going to offer us a reward. We get to choose out of 4 options. We can ask for money, we can ask to become the king, instead, we can ask for the princess's hand, and we can ask for nothing. We're gonna ask for nothing because it's illusion of choice. Every single answer is money. Money is 2,000 money. King and princess are 1,000 money each, and nothing. He's just being like, oh, you're so generous. Here, have 3,000. And you know, 3,000 is more than 2,000 last time I checked, so we like money. Hello there, little kid. You played with the key that gets us to the next city, and then the monster showed up and stole it. Oh well, guess we're gonna have to take a detour again. And because of you, little kitty, we will have to face the worst boss fight in the game. Thank you very little. Little Timmy. Little Timmy is a good kid, just, you know, a little naive, and I really, really despise having to do this dungeon because the boss in here is a pain. So we're gonna do a little, we're gonna go down a little shopping list in this dungeon, as we'll be needing a lot more money. As a famous cowboy once said, we just need a little more money. Also, a little safety would be nice. So first of all, we're gonna go over here, grab the light armor. Armor upgrades are nice. Also, the armor sells for a good bit of money, so we like those. Okay, sure. The blue lizard didn't really want to move away. My pleasure then. A little detour over here to grab yet another miracle. Yay, more money. Small over here to grab a witch ring, small over there and over there. Just generally grabbing items, so if our lovely host would like to say a few words, take it away.
Yeah, speaking of money, we are currently raising money for our charity Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to helping prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All of your donations for the next week during this run and every other run in this marathon goes directly to Mind, a great charity doing great things.
Yeah, especially since the money isn't just going to Mind, because, you know, you can do other things with it, like prizes and incentives, etc., etc. You get a lot for your buck here. Right, we have one more kobold over here. We hope it's a big encounter. It sadly isn't. I don't think that's going to be quite enough to get Tia to level 8. To get us a little safety for the boss. Yeah, 2 experience off. Wow. The problem of having the horse in that very first kobold encounter, the horse and single kobold, if that horse would have been a kobold, then we would have had that level up to make the next boss at least a little bit safer. So yeah, as mentioned before, we're coming up to what I personally call the worst boss of the game, as this boss is a complete RNG, yeah, just RNG fest. Not wanting to swear too much about it. So we're gonna incorporate a fun little strategy for that fight. As Tia comes with a lovely little spell called Drowsy. Drowsy is a sleep spell. The Drowsy spell has a success rate of 50%, and the boss is, funnily enough, not immune to sleep. If he's staying awake, he is an absolute menace. He'll be able to kill Tia in 2 hits, maximum 3. He has a chance to summon more goblins that will absolutely obliterate me if I let them on the field too long. And I'm already commentator cursing myself right now. Well, but that was a spike. So we're really, really hoping he falls asleep now. Thank you, and let's hope he stays asleep for a little while. Now that he's asleep, he has a random chance to get waken up every single time I attack him. He has a random chance to get to wake up at the end of every single turn. You just saw him like wobble up and down a little bit. That is the indicator that means he's still sleeping. So we hope we will see that for a good long while longer as we are throwing more and more boomerangs into him. He's still asleep. Very nice. Enjoy the awesome soundtrack, by the way. Love the boss theme. Okay, he woke up again. That is not great. Please fall asleep again. We don't like you being awake. It's like, what by now? 2:30-ish? 2:40? Regal goblins should be in bed at this time. Happy that he fell asleep again. A little bit of a sloppy start, has been treating me fairly well. So once again, every single time I cast Drowsy, it's a 50-50 if he falls asleep or not. He has a chance of just, you know, dodging 5 in a row and then in the meantime absolutely murdering me. He has been fairly kind this round at least, though, so I'm not complaining about that. He's still asleep. That means he should die within the next, like, 3 or 4 attacks. Oh, or not even less. Cool. Alright, so there's the key that we came here to rescue. Anyway, let's not pick the key up and run away. Because for whatever reason, the game doesn't actually check for you having the key in your inventory. It actually just checks for the boss being dead. So, yay! Saving 3 seconds of chest opening animation. Scrolly notes. Need my notes. Big shopping coming in. There we go. So yeah, off to the next town, which is going to be Tenbel, where we're gonna do a lot of shopping. So we've been really having fun with our boomerangs. However, you know, we're slowly getting into territory. I mean, you've seen how many hits it took to take down the Regal Goblin. Our friendly little boomerangs are sadly not that great anymore. Fortunately, though, we have a direct upgrade that is available from this town onwards. Now we're not just gonna... Now we're no longer gonna do it the Australian way and throwing boomerangs at our enemies. Now we're just gonna throw an entire generation of people at it, as we're starting to be buying and using big boomers. Yes, we're gonna buy boomers off the market and throw them at our enemies to deal with our problems. What a genius business idea. Okay, selling boomerangs, selling the insect crush. The miracles we've picked up so far, the light armor, the witch ring, the cloth, the small shield, that's everything. A little short for the early spell, 2 kukris, 1 tough hide, which is going to be a very important armor piece for the entire rest of the run. Magic shop to buy Gale, the ice spell for Tia, to buy Flash, the thunder spell for Tia, and to buy Strong, the healing spell for Maxim. Before heading into the item shop, where we're going to buy 5 awakes, a couple more high potions, and then our beloved big boomers. So our boomerangs, as we've usually been doing, like, what, 30 to 50 damage. Big boomers basically doubling that. Gonna be very nice, and we're showcasing that immediately as, oh no, the town is suddenly under attack. There's monsters in the towns. And with that, we say hello to Follower 1, Follower 2, and Camus, who's gonna be our antagonist for the next little bit. And, oh no, the followers are attacking. What are we supposed to do? Well, as I said earlier, we're throwing big boomers out of problems. And that's how easy it is. And those followers were weak. And Camus, however, is a sore loser. Is like, oh my god, you're way too strong. Bye, running away. And then we're just like, oh yeah, let's go fighting again. And then little boy Timmy comes running up and tells us that guy's sister has been kidnapped by Camus. Oh no, we gotta rescue her. And with that, we're moving out to Tenbel Southeast Tower, which is a dungeon that we're actually not gonna see once, but we're instead gonna see it twice. As spoiler alert, as we are beating the boss in this, he's gonna activate a self-destruct function of the tower, which kind of fails and doesn't actually destroy the tower. And unfortunately, there's a couple of really good chests right behind him that, you know, we kind of really want to have. Big boomer, flash, attack, scroll notes. Important, scroll notes, always scroll notes. If you forget to scroll notes at some point, you know, you're just gonna have to scroll more notes. Anyways, yeah, Temple Tower. A lot of things to do here, especially as I said, since we have to do it twice. A lot of enemies around, etc., etc. Fun puzzles and stuff. Yeah, I don't have anything until we get to the top. So, Lonne, take it away.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a moment to shout out some of our partners. So if you're enjoying what we've got going on this week, we have a couple of other events from our partners coming up in the next sort of couple of months. NSG Fall 2025 will be in Gjerdum, Norway on the weekend of the 19th to the 21st of September. And then the weekend after, the 27th to 28th of September, UKSG Blue 2025 in Glasgow, Scotland. So if you're looking for more speedrunning content, definitely give those a check once we're finished here.
Fantastic events, I've been told. Sadly not had the pleasure to attend them on site, but heard nothing but good things.
I'm a little biased being Scottish myself. I definitely think UKSG is a great time.
I mean, I'm really, if I had the money, I obviously would. Just it's always a money issue. Alright, small little riddle here. Shoot the things with the different things that make the sounds that the things do. Little turn around. Sky key, yes. Oh, that was a step in the wrong direction. Please don't murder anyone. I don't have any revives on me. Some scorpions should always be some of the easiest enemies to dodge, as they're always walking 90 degrees shifted in one direction to me. So if I walk up, they're walking right. If I move right, they're walking down, etc., etc. So therefore, they should be fairly easy to, deal with. Except, if you suddenly accidentally press the wrong directional key and suddenly you're ambushed by some. Which, we don't really like ambushes. We don't really like getting into encounters that we don't have to get into. Especially with very, very easy to dodge enemies. But hey, it happens. Anyways, clock puzzle. Did you know that it is 12 o'clock? Sorry, I meant 9 o'clock. Wish it were those times. Get the jute helmet. Also a very important equipment piece for a little while. Also, by the way, to explain, also probably seen it once or twice by now, swag levers. Most levers in the game, you have like a few frames between pushing the button and the button actually taking effect, giving you a little moment to already move a tile further. It's a very, very small time save, but it's still always satisfying if it happens every single time. So yeah, yay, we're at the top. We are getting to fight Camu. Camu is a fairly tricky boss and can be very, very annoying. Up to downright dangerous. Generally, he's not that terrible though, as we got lucky enough that we just bought Thunder Elemental weapons in the shop that deal decent amounts of damage against him. Which he's weak to. Yeah, he likes to spam thunder. He likes to spam that buster attack, so especially once he starts. Once he starts using buster attacks, you can usually expect a couple more, with just the part that makes him usually annoying. As just mentioned, it is tough to heal against it, since I have to, use a lot of resources in order to actually heal everything off, while Guy can do a little bit more damage. He has also, yes, I was about to say, great. He has also the ability to call companions. Those aren't followers like we've seen earlier, though. Those are slaves. Apparently, slavery is legal in these countries. He also has an attack called the Sleep Stinger, which has a small chance to put my party to sleep, which is why we bought the Awakes earlier. Am I a commentator cursing myself right now? That's impressive. I don't think I've ever done that before. A little bit more healing. Could attack in theory, but like, you know, guy is not that high. And yay, more buster attacks. We love buster attacks. I'm kind of hating that Maxim is too occupied with healing every single turn to deal damage, since he is supposed to be our main damage dealer in this fight. Using the special attack of the Kukri that we bought to deal great amounts of damage. Hey, sleep stinger without sleep. That's what I like to see. Actually gives me time to finally attack again. Yay! Boston makes him feel good. More healing. So you might also wonder if we have... I bought 2 of the Kukri weapons, and Guy has one too, so why am I not using Guy's special attack? That is a very good question if anyone actually asked that. We're kind of wanting to preserve Guy's special bar, his IP bar, for the next fight. As upcoming, we'll have a boss that is very weak to fire, and we're about to get a very strong fire weapon. So we, you know, kind of want to use that, use the special bar on that. And he just keeps busting, and he just keeps busting. Yeah, once he starts spamming buster attacks, as usually it takes a while for him to end it. Which, once again, it is not the end of the world, but it's always annoying. Since I'm just, you know, losing out on damaging turns. No sleep, thank you. The other thing also is, like, I have not been keeping track of damage. I don't even know if we're close or not. All I'm seeing, since I have my splits open, that we're losing time already. Yay, more sleep. We love more sleep. Hey, Guy, wake up. It's not time to sleep. Should be getting close, though. He shouldn't have that much health left, hopefully. Maybe it's enough this turn. It really, really is annoying. At least I got lucky enough that Tia had enough special meter to actually give Guy a damage buff. Otherwise, this would be taking even longer, since he'd be hitting for like 40 to 50 instead of 80, 90s. More companions, sure. Hey, he's finally dead. Yay! Terrible fight. Come on, slave, die. We don't want slaves around here. Alright, terrible time. Terrible fight. Absolutely unhappy with it. So as you can see, there's 3 very, very attractive looking chests behind him. But unfortunately, he is activating the self-destruct button of the tower, locking us in. Oh no, we're gonna die. The tower's collapsing, etc., etc. And then just Iris is gonna show up and be like, hi, wanna teleport? Bye. Saving our lives. Hey, look, it's Iris. And now she's gone. So yay, back to safety. But as I said earlier already, we kind of really want those treasure chests. They contain a very, very powerful armor for Guy that is going to be extremely helpful for the entire rest of the fight, the entire rest of the run. Contains a shield for the female characters in the party that is very, very important for the entire rest of the run, and a fire dagger, which is going to be very, very important for the next 2 bosses. So, I mean, as I said, we're going to make the detour and climb the entire tower again, so you know the stuff is good, because, you know, it's a speed run, and we wouldn't do it if it wouldn't save time. So yeah, guy's girlfriend shows up, and guy's like, oh yeah, but I have to protect my sister, I have to protect my village, I have to protect my girlfriend, etc., etc. Basically asking for permission, and now he got permission, and yeah, guy now joins the party permanently. Yay! Happy to have guy along. Guy is the guy. I mean, technically, Decker is the guy, but like, guy is the guy. So yeah, with us now taking a detour to basically do the same thing we just did, climbing more towers, we have more time for our lovely host to inform us about things going on, if our host wants to do that. Or apparently he doesn't. Very eager discussion going on the other side of the room. Whatever.
Sorry, was you saying I could say a message?
Yeah, I was saying, like, since we're just doing the exact same riddles the second time as we're just climbing the tower again, you have a few minutes again.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a moment then to shout out our sponsor, Lewit Microphones. They are our premium microphone sponsor, and we've been very happy with them. As you can tell how great my voice sounds. I'm using one of their fancy Lewit microphones. Lewit has a focus on your needs, and with the help of modern and precise manufacturing techniques, they can create audio gear that makes you sound exceptional, whether you're a recording artist, content producer, or streamer. If you want to upgrade your stream to the next level or are in need of an edge in the studio or live on stage, feel free to check out Lewit's extensive library of award-winning products to find the right microphone for your budget and needs.
I've really been enjoying using that microphone whenever I was on host shift. It is a really, really good microphone. And if I'm correct, there's a prize for that one, right? If you can win one.
Yeah, you can win a Lewit Ray microphone for a cumulative donation of 50 euros.
I mean, that's like what, like $5-10 donations. That's not that bad. You know, you get bad video games for the price, so might as well just, not get the bad video game and instead just, get a chance to get a microphone, help charity.
Indeed, yes, all the donations, as we mentioned earlier, they do go to our charity Mine. So not only are you doing a good thing, helping out a great cause, you're also in the running to win some sick prizes, including the microphone.
Yeah. All right, so now that we're approaching the top of the tower again, we'll be, progressing, going into the next town. What's going on in the next town? Well, in the next town, we're gonna meet Richie Rich, who is, the richest guy in town, owns a giant mansion, and is like, yeah, I've heard the rumors that in the cave to the north is that there's supposed to be a treasure, a giant apple-shaped ruby that he really, really wants to have, and he'd be willing to pay a really high price for it. So adventurers obviously are immediately going to be like, oh, large reward for collecting one item? How hard can it be? Unfortunately, what our characters didn't know, that it would be hard. But before that shopping trip, gonna sell old weapons in form of the short sword and the kukri. We're gonna buy more big boomers. Because, we love our big boomers. And a couple mystery pins to heal paralysis. As well as a detour of shame to the other side of the village to buy the lightning spell Flash for Maxim as well. With a little bit of our encounter luck and drop luck, we would have been able to buy that as we were in the last town shopping for magic already. Sadly, didn't happen. Not the end of the world. So, Ruby Cave. Do I even want to get started on it? I kinda really don't, but I mean, I kinda have to. So, Ruby Cave is, for whatever reason, filled with lava everywhere. There's a lot of lava-related puzzles. We'll have chunks of ice that will be able to drop into the lava in order to create obsidian and walk over it. We're also getting our first taste at bee movement, and I bet that bee is very much behaving. I'm very happy with that. Bees are, by definition, the worst enemies in the game because they're really not fun to be around. So I'm very happy whenever they move as far away from me as possible. So yeah, we're gonna grab the key, go to the final room, find the ruby apple that we came looking here for. Found him again, morph up there, thanks for the key. Unfortunately, there will be a monster guarding the ruby and using it as bait to lure in, their prey. And that monster is a giant spider, a giant tarantula, and in the community more well known as the troll rantula, as it is also once again a very, very difficult boss that very much likes to ruin your day if you don't like if they don't like you. Yeah, Tarantula has poison attacks, has paralysis attacks, has very hard-hitting moves, has very hard-hitting AoEs. Generally just a pain to be around. Luckily, we got the Fire Dagger, which has a very, very powerful fire attack, with which will be able to do like 700-ish. Yeah, what's happening there? 700-ish damage. Starting off with a poison shower, I'm actually not too mad about that one. Heal, attack, heal all. I generally can deal with poison showers. I don't mind poison showers. Too many poison showers, different story. Companions I really, really like. Companions are very easy. They die in a single big boomerang. No threat at all. If left unattended, though, they have a chance to put party members to sleep with their normal attacks, which, we kind of don't really want to see. Normal attacks have the chance to paralysis. Paralysis in this game is literally just you can't do anything. Random chance to heal it at the end of your turn. Ooh, no extra paralysis, thank you. Random chance to heal at the end of your turn, or you have to use the healing items for it. Gonna do another battle loss, more damage buff for Guy. Hitting harder is always nice. More poison showers, okay, good. Was a little worried there for a moment that Tia wouldn't survive it. Tia took it like a champ though. Would like a little bit more attention on Guy so we can get another blaze attack in. Instead, he hits Maxim into paralysis again, which again we don't really like. We're not a huge fan of paralysis. Hey, stronger. That means he's nearly dead. He only starts healing when he's nearly dead. That is a good sign. You can heal, you attack, you can do another attack buff. That's the third. That's the maximum of usefulness. More companions, we like those. Big boomer, attack, healing Guy, just because I can. Tia doesn't really have a weapon to deal damage with. Big boomers from the back row deal less damage. That's a very late spider web. Don't really mind though, just gonna lower our speed. We raised our speed a little bit at the very start of the fight, so we don't really care about that. And there we go. Tarantula dead. Not even that trolly. Very happy when Tarantula is not trolly. Very good fight, especially for a marathon. I've done the run at the start of last week for another marathon. That went extremely different, and I lost like 12 minutes on this split alone fighting this boss over and over again. So getting through on the first attempt without any deaths is like the best you can ask for. And from now on, the game is also going to be a bit nicer. So the other thing is, like, if anyone dies in these fights right now, they're dead. As I sold all the revival items that I had access to at this point, because they were worth a lot of money. And yeah, from next town onwards, we'll be able to buy them, and I will buy a few. Also, by the way, that's Geoffrey. I don't remember what's his name anymore. He is a glass maker, and he actually made the ruby apple, because the ruby apple is not a ruby apple, it's a glass apple. And he made 2 of them, and he had like the one that was in the cave he sold a while ago and got around. And everyone thought it's a ruby because no one has a clue anymore. And the other one broke because that one broke during the fight. But Joffrey had the other one with him. Gave him Jaffe, that was his name. Gave us as a reward. We sold the glass apple to the rich guy as ruby apple because he wanted it. He got it. It's not quite what he wanted, but and then we give the money all to Jaffe because he was behind on rent, and he gives us a earring for it, which Maxim gives to Tia, which he's very, very happy about. Look at her go. So, off to the next town where we're finally gonna get our last party member. We're finally gonna fill that 4th slot. I really, really enjoy filling 4th party member slots because running around with 3, 3 is just such an odd number to run a party with. So, meet the little girl Lemmy, who's getting bullied by these little boys. They tell her, oh, look, it's a snake, but it's just a piece of rope, and now Lemmy is all sad, and then Selen runs in and is like, oh, you're too old to cry. Girls shouldn't cry, etc., etc. That's the classic stuff. And cheering her up and then running off. Very, very kind girl, it seems. Going small D to the item shop to buy our revise and a couple of tricks. Break being the confusion heal item, going into the castle and suddenly seeing, oh hey, that's the same girl, and the guy just called the commander, and wow, she absolutely destroyed him. I'm feeling something off right now, and I'm really not sure what's going on, but apparently for whatever reason the music isn't quite right. There's like missing instruments in the music, so that's very weird. I don't think I've ever seen that one happen before. It is absolutely annoying me though, because it's ruining the beautiful soundtracks. Anyways, say hello to King! And the King knows from us because he heard from the other King that whose crown we saved about our deeds, and is like, now it's like, oh yeah, there's a shrine to the north, and there's the legendary treasure blade. And he really wants to have it, so where he asks us if we want to, conquer the North Fortress, and it's like, I'll give you my best warrior, and then call Selen in. So yeah, this green-haired girl is Selen, also known under the nickname the Magical Wife. She doesn't have that nickname now, but she got that later. She's a little hesitant. It's like, come on, our army is strong enough. We don't need outside adventurers, etc., etc. And reluctantly agrees to join us in the end, since it was the request of her king. He can't really, he can't really say no if the king wants something from you. So Selen is now going to tag along for the next dungeon, and I'm really, really happy she does. So Selen is a direct upgrade to Tia. She can do everything that Tia can, but better. She has better weapons, deals more damage, is doing stronger magics, etc., etc. She's just really, really good to have around. The only thing that Tia does better than Selen is speed. Tia is a lot faster than Selen. And yeah, we're just gonna go on a little shopping trip right now, just collecting a lot of stuff, like that undead ring, which is a very, very crucial piece of equipment for the entire rest of the run. Undead ring is... Hey. Okay, good, at least they didn't ambush me. Undead ring is an accessory that will turn all our normal attacks into holy damage attacks, and since we're running around zombies and skeletons all the time, and then we're fighting against Sinistrals, literal like warmongers from hell or whatever that was again. Holy sounds nice. Holy sounds nice. Making sure that the enemies don't annoy me. I really hate your position. Thank you for coming closer. Key for the dungeon and the anger brace. A lot of nice things. Also, Selen knows a lot of handy tricks. Like she knows the spell escape. Now I no longer have to use the item escape because the item escape is expensive. Please don't annoy me. Please don't annoy me. Stay there. Still stay there. There. And thank you. We really, really don't like those enemies. I have no idea what they're on, but they are extremely fast and love to chase me down. Of course, you move into me. Top, bottom, top. Bottom, top, top, bottom. Lever puzzles, yay. Small detour here. Haha, oh no. That guy is standing terribly. Small detour here to grab the mind ring, which is gonna be a very crucial piece of equipment also for the next little while, as with the special ability that's on that mind ring is the spell Stronger. So you might have seen me cast Strong a bunch of times already, was my healing spell. And with that ring equipped, we now have the chance to cast Stronger instead. And you know, Strong is good, but Stronger is better. I have no idea how that encounter just didn't happen. Definitely miscounted my steps there. Small little puzzle, make all the things in the same color. Simple enough if you know how it's done. A lot of people struggle with the third one. I personally did as well, casually, but like, you know, I'm Speedrunner now. I know the strats and know exactly what to do. With that, we're already done with the first hour of the game. Yay. Let's see. Tia gets the mind ring and the pearl brace. Maxim gets the undead ring strongest. And Selen gets the mini shield, which is a lot weaker, but has a very beneficial special attack. Once again, that was the one that I've done the attack buffing with, and we like attack buffing because more damage is great. So, yay, we're at the end of the dungeon. Yay, where's the treasure sword, huh? Clowns? What are clowns doing here? So anyway, say hello to Pierre and Daniel. As you can very clearly see by Pierre being all clothed in green and blue, he's casting a lot of fire elemental stuff and is weak to ice. So we're gonna abuse that with the lovely cold rapier that we found in this very dungeon. We have a very, very powerful weapon to fight Pierre, as well as his brother Daniel will have a massive fire weakness, for which the fire dagger is gonna be amazing against again. The clowns have different spells they can use. They can absolutely hit way too hard, way harder than they should, and I absolutely don't like it. So we hope we get lucky with turn orders, etc., and targets that they do not murder our party members. As I said, we do have revival items now, so if someone dies, they have the chance to just revive them. But like, I'd prefer not to, because dead characters don't do damage. Now he's laughing at me, which does nothing, which is great. Should be that this turn. Next turn. Attack, attack, gale, heal. Love that attack on Maxim there. Filling my IP bars. Hey, there we go. Okay, that's Pierre down. We killed Pierre, yay! Except he's back already. But I killed him, and now they send us out. Okay, apparently killing Pierre didn't work. But that's fine, let's just go kill Danielle instead. Maybe that'll work better. Once again, this guy now is mainly going to use ice elemental spells, is weak to fire and lightning, so we're gonna throw a lot of fire and lightning at him while he attacks us with water and ice. Because, you know, you just from his outfit, you'd absolutely assume that he's using a lot of water and ice. Because, you know, everyone knows red and orange are the colors for water and ice. So the fight is once again very similar. Maxim is going to start in with the casting. We're going to do a lot of thunder spells. Guy with his fire dagger is going to do a lot of damage. Selen still just heals because, you know, if I don't heal every single turn, I have a good chance to just wipe my entire party. And we don't like wiping entire parties because that's slow, and we don't really do slow here, or we at least prefer not to do slow here. Should be that? Yes. Alright, that's Danielle dead. Okay, so now that Danielle's dead, we just kill Pierre. Oh no. Why is he back again? Well, that's not good. Anyways, for marathon safety, I'm going back, take another save, because the next fighter is more annoying. So yeah, Selen is now just coming up and being like, I've heard of a monster that is able to like split into two halves, but it's still one monster. So the gist of it, maybe you just have to kill them both at the same time. Well, but they're standing at the opposite end of the room and don't seem to be coming any closer, so I guess we can't face them. Except we split up the party, so we're now gonna go into 2v1s, which is gonna be very, very dangerous, because what I haven't actually mentioned yet is also how spells in general work in this game. So spells, you can choose the amount of targets that you want to do with your spells. You can decide to heal one person, two persons, all persons, etc., etc. The same goes also for enemies. The thing, however, is the more targets you're targeting with a spell, the weaker it gets. So let's say if I have a healing spell that usually heals 100 points, I heal 4 people, it only heals 25 per person. You know, that's called balancing. And since we're now only in a team of 2, that means that their spells will hit a lot harder than they did last fight. Which is why we're very, very, very happy that we got Tia with the Mind Ring here. That deal has stronger, so we're making sure that no one dies here. Since both Tia and Maxim are kind of squishy. And no, with the extra healing spell, I can actually heal to full every single turn. Given that Tia has enough IP, so she needs to get hit often enough to not run out of it, which usually isn't a problem. Can happen though. One of the reasons why I took an extra save. Because, you know, otherwise we would have had to do the other fights again with, you know, slow, etc., etc. But yeah, we got enough IP for another Glacial Blast. That one will absolutely destroy him. And that is the Pierre fight. Going over back to Danielle. We have a small issue with Selen being a lot more squishy, so we're starting with a heal and an attack buff. So we're throwing a high potion with Guy, since Guy can take damage. Guy has all the health in the world. Selen sadly doesn't. But also we want the attack buff off of Selen, which only Selen can do. Blaze attack and starting to heal. So luckily Selen comes with pretty darn strong armor, since, you know, we just got her, so she has up-to-date gear compared to all our other characters. Still, as I said, he's a better healer, better mage in general than Tia, so her heals are actually dealing decent amounts. And with Guy having a huge health pool, it's not really as much of an issue here. This fight usually is fairly safe. The only thing it can do is single target fireball. Selen has a chance to kill her in one attack, which is the one thing that we don't want to see. But even if it happens, as I said, Guy is just one absolute unit, can tank it, and just throw a revival item at Selen if it happens. And with that, Danielle goes down. Yay, more bosses down. We're happy with bosses down. Only a dead boss is a good boss, isn't that right? So with that out of the way, we're now able to go and grab the treasure sword. that, as mentioned, was lying in this dungeon. Yay! The king wants it, the king gets it. Small thing, just, you know, don't mind me taking off all the gear off of Guy. It has nothing to do with just, you know, gonna sell it, get more gear, something along those lines. Boom, boom. I really love the soundtrack of this game. It has such an amazing soundtrack. Anyways, we bring the sword, and what news about a single man wiping out an entire city? He just, you know, dropped in and destroyed the neighbor town. What? Well, that sounds iffy and dangerous, and yeah, we kind of don't like that. So we're gonna go and investigate. And King is like, take Salon with you. You're probably gonna need all the fighting power. I mean, the guy took down a literally entire city. Probably has a little bit of power, but you know, we killed clowns. We're probably as strong as him, right? Killing clowns and demolishing an entire city are somewhat on the same scale of destructiveness, right? So anyways, let's go to the next town. Not gonna skip encounters here, hoping to get a certain encounter. Not getting any encounters at all. Cool. It's not really helpful, but just, you know, for the flavor. Oh no, the entire town is destroyed. However, not a single person is dead. And a guy fled to the tower? Okay, then let's go to the tower. Welcome to Gordovan West Tower. Which I really despise because this room. Move on the button. Move on the button, thank you. Okay, that orc was nice today. He can literally just decide to play hard to get for like 5 minutes as you're trying to finally find a way around it and get over there. Luckily, it didn't happen this run. So, we've had our arrows for a while. We've had our bombs for a while. We've done a lot of arrow-based puzzles and bomb-based puzzles, but like, you know, there's only so many times you can do those. So it's time for an upgrade. Ladies and gentlemen, the hookshot. The hookshot is basically going to replace the arrow for the majority of the rest of the game. Since the hookshot can do similar things. So yeah, the hookshot basically can do the same things. The arrow can stun enemies, it can pull levers, etc, etc. With just, you know, the added advantage that it's a hookshot, allowing us to hookshot in on metal and stone objects. Whoops, that was the wrong one, damn it. That is a mistake I have not done in I have no idea how long. Don't even know how to recover from this, honestly. I mean, the elevator should just be here, so... That is a mistake I have not done in forever. Just one wrong step and falling down, that's not nice. But yeah, the elevator should just be here, so I can just go back. That was awkward. Can we please pretend that that didn't happen? Go, push that down, push that over. Also, I really kind of... little warning for tech. A little warning for tech. I'm probably, as soon as I'm getting to the next save point, gonna restart the game real quick, because there's some funky things going on with the music that I'm really not fond of. So I'm just gonna restart the game real quick after this. Please don't worry. Give me that. More keys. Keys are always good. We like keys. Why you there? messed up my movement there a little bit. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. 4. Bombing that crate. Okay, yeah, give me 1 second because this is absolutely weirding me out. Don't mind this completely normal looking SNES. Where did I put it? There we go. SNES is back. Yes. No, not that. Okay, let's hope that fixed the sound because that was incredibly weird. That. I have no idea what was wrong. That was it was like that. Like there was one instrumental line that was constantly disabled or something. That drove me mad. I'm sorry. Anyways, yeah, Gordovan Tower, guy that wiped out an entire city. Let's go meet him. Because he's on the top of this tower. So we're now gonna see the largest man in the world at white theme here, because this man is huge and white. Look at him. He's like triple the size of us. And with that, let's say hello to Gades, the master of destruction. And he's opening with a destructo wave. That sure is gonna be fine, right? Oh. That does not seem fine. Well, anyways, scripted death, unfortunate. Thankfully, Iris to the rescue once again. The fight also, funnily enough, is actually technically winnable, but it requires a lot of strategy, higher levels, and a little bit of luck to pull off. Rewards us with a really cool sword. Unfortunately, it would take way too long to get it in any percent. So we're not doing that. We're just abusing the scripted death and moving on with our lives. So Iris came here with a little lore dump on us, said that it is our destiny to travel and to destroy the Sinistrals, and that it is the destiny of Maxim, or our dear explanation mark, I mean, and that Tia and Guy share that destiny. So yeah, Gators whooped our butts, ran away. Guess we're reporting back to the king and finding out what's going on. So we're basically just going to the king saying like, yeah, we kind of like, you know, not been able to do anything, and we're just like, we would like to hunt them down. And then this random courier guy comes in and is like, hey Guy, your sister is sick. Oh no, but we have to kill Gades, but their sister. And with that, Guy decides to leave the party for a little while to go help his sister in order to let the love triangle between Maxim, Tia, and Selen settle in a little bit. Because, you know, Selen absolutely does not like Maxim. He appreciates him a little bit by now and respects him. Tia's still madly in love with him, but too shy to, you know, spill it out. And Maxim too naive, classic anime harem protagonist. Too naive to actually pick up on the hints. So, Guy left, and we're gonna chase after Gades, because, you know, he's a master of destruction, he's a Sinistral, it's our destiny to destroy them, so yeah, please don't do that. Of course you do that anyways. Please no murder, please no murder, please no murder, come on! How many times do you want to attack Tia? Jesus. Thank you. That was awkward. Anyways, moving to the next town, which is gonna be special once again because big shop expansion. We're slowly getting access to the second tier of spells. Yay. Alright, let's see. The Ear Jewel goes, the Kukri goes, the Bracelet, yes, goes, the Fire Dagger goes, the Calm Armor stays, the Wood Shield goes, the Scimitar and the Block Shield go. We're going to buy a Gladius that we're not gonna equip. We're gonna buy more Big Boomers, because yay, Boomers! And then we're gonna buy spells. We're gonna get Fireball for selling. Yay, everyone loves Fireball. Best D&D spell. Yay. Alright, so story here is basically just, yeah, there's a bridge cave to the north. The bridge is destroyed. The bridge maker guy is already there to repair it, but it swarms with monsters, so he wants us to get rid of all the monsters. So we're getting rid of all the monsters, and in the process learning a lot of things about how our characters are ticking right now. Switch them back to the hook. I really kind of despise that item menu. It's so unintuitive. It's, yeah. Especially the fact that that's the only way to switch things around. So, cave bridge. We're going into this empty room, and it's empty. Oh no! Where are we supposed to go? Is there a trick or something? And don't walk carelessly. And no! Tia! She fell into a hole, but we don't see any stairs. And Selen just jumps straight after, saving her life. Everything's good. But like, come on, Selen, you can't just jump into a hole like that. It's dangerous. Something could have really gone wrong. You can't just do that, woman. All right. Selen's like, yeah, sure, you're right. And Selen falls through, and it suddenly makes him mad. It's like, oh no, she fell through. Let's jump after her. And with that, we have like the entire like character development of, yay, they're in love with each other. Woohoo. Things going up. Okay, so we're finally seeing the hordes of monsters. There is a single one that we need to kill. We really, really hate that movement. Okay, good. That's better. Only one that we need to kill. Then we just crush the crush the orb behind them, and all the monsters appear, and we're gonna be happy. And we're gonna move now to the next kingdom, where we're gonna meet the best character. But up till then, we still have about a minute or so for messages from our lovely host. We still have a minute or two for messages from our lovely host.
Yeah, we do. I just wanted to take a minute to plug our upcoming incentive for this run, the Any% Showcase. We still have 240 euros left to make that incentive. So if anyone wants to see a cool Any% run, there's an incentive for that.
Yeah, honestly, I gotta say, I kind of gave up hope at this point. It is getting kind of late. Not a lot of people are probably gonna watch the run. Shoutouts to everyone in chat who is watching the run. Is anyone actually in the audience? Oh my god, there is someone in the audience. Hi, there's my brother sitting in the audience. I was thinking he was asleep, but apparently he's there for a while now. Yeah, I'd be really, really stoked to show the Any% run, simply to show how broken this game is. Anyways, oh no, the castle is getting invaded. Guys getting thrown around, and we see blue-haired man. So anyways, blue-haired man, his name is Decker. Decker is D-man. Decker is D-guy. We said guy is the guy, but Decker is D-guy. As you see, oh no, he's surrounded by a horde of monsters that are very strong-looking, and he just jumps up and boom, everything is dead. Except the slime. The weakest monster finally survived. And yeah, oh no, invasion failed. Idura, run away. He likes to do that a lot. We will see her a lot more of Idura shortly, soon. He's gonna be like in the Titans for a little while. And oh no, there's a slime that survived. And there's the prince. The prince be like, where are the monsters trying to invade my kingdom? Haha, die! Yay, he killed a slime, which was like the very first thing we did like 30 seconds into the run. So he must be very strong if he's powerful enough to take on slimes. Anyways, interesting things going on. So we're saying hi to Decker. Decker's being like, you Maxim? Yes, okay, let's fight. I'm Decker, let's fight. Yes, Decker does kind of have that Goku energy about him. Every single time he meets a strong opponent, the first thing, let's fight. So yeah, Just a little chit-chatting. Gady, strong person, following him. That's Tia. This is Selen. Oh, hey, I've heard of you. Sweet talking, a little bit of flirting here. And then there goes like, just like, yeah, I'll have fun in the castle. I'm gonna go train or something. Anyways, as we're now gonna check up with the king, another messenger coming, being like, oh hey, that guy that just invaded us, yeah, he ran into North Dungeon, and yay. Pointer, everything that has North in this game, every single dungeon that has North in the name is terrible. We don't like the North dungeons. Every single North dungeon is not that fun. So yeah, Prince decides, yeah, I've dealt with that slime, surely Idura's no threat to us, so let's go in. And then King's like, oh my god, Decker, he's gonna die, please protect him. So Decker's like, we gotta stop doing that at some point, it's getting boring. And of course the flies are running into me. Is it noticeable how much I'm taking myself back? I'm not swearing, it's just so natural for me at this point. And cut the bushes, get the thundering, very important item. Comes with a lot of benefits. Heal, escape. Thundering is an accessory that will boost all thunder damage of the person equipping it, and also will give us access to the tier 2 thunder spell Bolt by using it special attack on a ring. Step from the right, step from the right, step from the left, left, not right. Stupid left-right weakness. And push there, get over here. Alright, so we're coming up to... I've said earlier I've complained about Regal Goblin being the worst boss of the game. I complained about Tarantula, also known in the community as Troll Rantula. Been pretty kind, both of them. This one, we're coming up to the third worst fight of the game. And also we're coming up to the first minor glitch of the run. Oh my god, you see this bomb puzzle? I'm gonna solve it. Then place another bomb over here to immediately unsolve it, so I can walk as the cutscene plays. And then, of course, the orc is running into me. Yay. Because that always happens. Anyways, equipment. Tia, removal, Selen. Get the Pearl Brace, get the Mind Ring. Alright, so the next boss is gonna be just pure RNG. We're just gonna fight against hordes of monsters that Idura is gonna throw at us. And gist of it, we hope they don't kill Selen. If they kill Selen, then that's bad. That's really, really bad. We really don't want them to kill Selen. In the first fight, we're fairly safe. We're fighting against 4 mummies. 3 of them would have to attack Selen in order to kill her. We really just hope that's not gonna happen. Big Boomer, strong, Fireball on 3. So that's the first attack on Selen already. That we don't like that. Alright, okay, we're safe. That's good. Really disliking Maxim apparently though. So with the big boomerang, we're gonna kill. We're gonna damage with the fireball. We're gonna kill 3 of them. Then we're gonna use the next turn to heal up to prepare for the second round of this battle. Not too happy about that, but Maxim is not too important. The only one that really needs to survive this fight is Selen. Maxim should be fine enough to live another attack against the trolls, so... Hi, trolls! 2 of them hitting Selen, and it's gonna be good night. Gonna preemptively throw a revival on Selen in case something goes wrong. Hope they also don't kill Maxim. We do not care if they kill Tia, if they hurt Tia. Tia is unimportant. This is in fact the last time we'll see Tia in battle. After this battle, she's gonna leave the party and she's never gonna return. Cool. Okay, that fight, those fights went very, very nice. Happy that they weren't annoying me. Decker shows up before Idura decides to throw more monsters at us, throws more monsters at him. Decker disposes of them immediately as well. And then Idura is once again just chickening out, running away, because he knows he's no match for Decker. So, cool. Save the prince, everything's fine. We're all happy. Let's head back to the castle, where we're suddenly getting news again, because obviously we're always getting news. We can't just, clear a dungeon and then live happily ever after. There's always news. There's always another town to go to. There's always another enemy showing up. Oh yeah, also Decker forgot how to open the next door. Yeah, he a little slow, but he got the spirit. Anyways, very important. Remove that mind ring for a thunder ring. We really, really need that mind ring. Warp back to Bound Kingdom. Where, yeah, the guard is just telling us, oh, hey, Gades was here while we were in the dungeon. And had a little chit-chat with the king, and yeah, the guard doesn't know anything anymore. They're gonna ask the king, and king's like, hi, yeah, we had a little talk with Gades. He was here and said he'd just be destroying an entire island. Why? He didn't say. Okay, what does he want in order to not do it? He didn't say. It wasn't like an ultimatum thing. He doesn't want anything. He just stopped by and was like, oh, hi guys. By the way, I'm gonna destroy this island over there. Wanna see? So, yeah, we don't like that. So we're now deciding that probably best if Tia and Selen go and warn the people living on that island that they, should probably get to safety if they don't want to die, because, islands getting destroyed would not be nice for them living there. And then Decker is like, he's gonna tag along, and then Guy returns because his sister is all better. Yay! And once again, Decker being like, hey, who are you? Hey, you look strong, immediately attacks them. So, welcome to the Boys' Night. We're gonna run with a party of Maxim, Guy, and Decker as we're going to fight Gades, which is a really, really, really unbalanced party as we have 2 tanks and a mixed something, like the thing like Maxim is not a good DPS, Maxim is not a good healer. At least right now, since we don't really have to gear anything. Anyways, yay! Guy and Decker joined the party. Woohoo! Giving Guy some clothes because we removed everything last time. And with that, we're off to Ancient Tower, where we're gonna face off against Gades. So also maybe to go into that, like I've been neglecting you important story parts. So the entire thing was like that Iris told us that Gades is the enemy, and if once Gades is dead, peace will come to the lands, and the land of I don't even know what those land is called. Is going to be forever in peace once Gades is dead. And hey, monsters that I have to kill to open next door. We're gonna throw boomers at them. So yeah, a lot of stuff happening. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. I kind of want Maxim to live. If Maxim dies here, it is actually really, really, really bad because we really need Maxim's IP for the Gades fight. So we really hope he doesn't die. Because Maxim is going to be our healer for that fight, and without his IP, he will be a very much worse healer. And the fight would suddenly become a lot more scary. Kill the monsters, doors open. Whoops, that was the wrong pillar. That's the one that I meant to move. Little pumpkin head there, always moving in the opposite direction of me, needs to stand on the button in order for the door to open. Technically, you're supposed to lock him in there, but since I don't really go into the directions that he needs to go to leave, we kind of just let him be there. Ancient Tower. Ancient Tower means we're coming up to the monster room that I really, really hate, where I really hope that the snails are gonna play along. Okay. Missed the stairs. Missing stairs, not good. Extra steps, bad. Stunning anything on our way. Entering the teleporter from the right. Okay, come on. Nope, that was terrible. Please do not move there, Shell. I need you over here. Thank you. That is exactly where I want you. Grab the pumpkin jewel, get out of there. I absolutely hate this room. At least the Shell behaved after a small reset. Blocking off the Buffalo successfully. Buffalo moveset, very annoying if you're like in the same horizontal line, they're gonna charge at you, doing like 3 tiles per tile you move. Can I get a back attack, side attack, ambush? No. And hey, it's the frogs! I like those frogs. Is it Wednesday yet? Sadly no, it's Tuesday, but whatever. It's frog day. Look at those frogs. I really, really like those frog sprites. They look so goofy. Having a good time with their little pipes, and they're gone. Shells can be a little annoying when they start defending, because then they're taking like no damage at all, and we really don't like them taking no damage at all. Hey, drop the regain at least. More revival items. We take those. Stun the buffalo again. Get the key. Small detour up here to grab a safety item. Buffalo don't annoy me. Stay. Stay. So yeah, we grabbed another miracle. That one we won't sell for 1,000 gil. That one we actually will keep as a backup item. As I said, full revive, full MP heal. Great item to have in your inventory if things go wrong. Oh, goddammit. Misstepped there a little bit. Okay, good for there. No killing Maxim, that's as always the only condition here. Everything else doesn't matter. Ooh, that is very good though. Guy's barely surviving that one there. Putting him on full IP, gonna be a nice little boost for the boss fight. Since we bought a Gladius for him, which is a weapon that is holy infused, which has a special attack that deals massive holy damage. And boss is weak to holy. Phaser Shield, another important item that's going to make a big difference for the entire rest of the run, despite getting it so early. Little fly is always being annoying, dodging me. A ladder is placed. You are not going to annoy me this time. Pumpkin didn't teleport into me. Okay. Get the buffalo away from my switches. Cool. Across the tower there were a couple notes spread that I was supposed to pick up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Luckily, I don't actually need to read the notes in order to get the riddle to work. Maxim Phaser Shield, Mind Ring, Pumpkin Jewel, Guy, Strongest, Decker, Undead Ring. As mentioned earlier, when I picked it up, the Undead Ring will turn all of Decker's attacks onto the boss, onto the enemies into holy damage attacks. And yay, monster race! Go, skeleton, go! Go, skeleton, go! Go, skeleton, go! Go, skeleton, go! The only RNG minigame in the entire game. Yay! Skeleton won the monster race. Took forever, but at least he won. Always bet on teleporting skeleton. The other options are confused zombie and weirdly moving Medusa. So we're always betting on teleporting zombie. All right, let's get this show on the road. So, as I said, Gatus, evil guy, Sinistral. Once we beat him, the entire world will be at peace, is what the fortune teller told us. So, let's kick his butt. We're starting with attack buffs, because we like attack buffs. He's starting with a Destructor Wave. I like Destructor Waves. Destructor Waves are kind of like his easiest to counter move, which deals the least amount of damage out of everything he has. He can be very, very annoying when he spams Devastations. Generally, the fight should not be too terrible, and as long as he keeps filling Maxim's IP so he can heal. And now I'm going to be quiet for the rest of the fight because I want you all to listen to the amazing banger of the Sinistral boss theme. Such a good soundtrack. He's really going all out on those Destructor Waves. Yep, there's a Devastation. We don't like those. Doing it on Guy could potentially be good if he doesn't kill Guy next turn. That means we'll probably kill because now we can do another very strong attack here. Hope that he doesn't target Guy. And Guy goes down. Unfortunate. How do I want to play this? I mean, I kind of have to revive with you, strong with you, because you don't have enough IP. And now it's starting to get dicey here. Darn it. Healer down, healer down. But Gate is also okay. Ooh, that could have turned really, really badly in a matter of seconds there. But hey, we defeated him. We defeated the guy who threatened the peace of the entire world. Yay! Even though he absolutely destroyed it last... Oh, well, that looks like a trap. Why is he still walking, by the way? We murdered him. What's going on there? Oh no, he destroyed the machine that's gonna destroy the entire island of Stellan's hometown Barcelite. No. Wait, also talking about Stellan. What is she doing here? Well, Stellan and Tia were worried, etc., etc. Were worried. Stuff's going down. The machine to destroy the island has been initialized. The corridor is broken. Maxim has no way out of there. Tells the others to leave. He will deal with the machine and then figure something out. So that is exactly what we're going to do. We're having to destroy a couple statues. First one with a bomb. Second one with an arrow. Friendly reminder to myself, this is any percent, not 100%. We will not take a detour to grab the wonderful magic bikini. Unfortunately, we will not be grabbing that for Stellan as a surprise for whenever she wants to go to the beach. That was the wrong one, whatever. This means that I have to do this one a bit more awkwardly. Yay, we stopped the machine. The island is safe. All right, now we just need to figure out how to get out of here. Well, Maxim dead. Except Iris comes to the rescue once again. And yay, we're back in Parcelite, and Selen was all worried, and now is they're falling in love, and they're gonna marry, and then Tia's gonna be all like, oh, I can't watch it, I'm too sad to have lost my true love, and I'm gonna disappear from the entire game forever. She will literally nowhere to be found for the rest of the game until the credit scene. So prepare for the last showing of Tia, and yeah, things are gonna about to go down. And Lonne, I hope you have the you take a sip of water. You're about to get a lot of work, because yeah, we're about to witness a few things. We're gonna witness the wedding between Maxim and Selen. That they're gonna spend an entire year living happily ever after, getting a kid, and suddenly getting that kid adopted. And that whole thing is gonna be like 5 minutes of nothing but text smashing and nothing really happening. So Lonne, you have 5 minutes. Go wild.
Oh wow, are you giving me all this uncontrolled power? I don't know what I'm going to do with it. What I do know, though, is I can start off by talking about one of our sponsors, Your Build. Your Build is a Dutch company that specializes in custom PCs made to order. They're perfect for gamers, content creators, and professionals alike. Every system is tailored to your exact needs with high-quality parts, clean cable work, and thorough testing. They offer both gaming PCs and workstations focused on performance, silence, or aesthetics, depending on what matters most for you. You can check them out on Twitch to catch live PC builds, or you can browse their custom work on Instagram using the handle @YourBuildPCs on both platforms. Your Build currently only sells and ships systems within the Netherlands and Belgium, so whether you're planning a future build or just stopping by for inspiration, you're always welcome at yourbuild.nl. Let me see if I've got anything else we can plug. Yeah, we can talk about one of our other sponsors, especially for some of our prizes we've got up. Plaion. They are a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Giant Software, and many, many more. They are also known for publishing some awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, both really good games from what I've heard of. You can check them out on TikTok and Instagram under the handle Plaion_BNL. We've still got our incentive for the Any Percent Showcase. We still haven't made any progress on that yet, but we've still got, another 3 hours before that closes. So if you want to see the Any Percent Showcase, get some donations in and we can check out that cool stuff.
It is a really cool speedrun. Especially showing how broken this game is. I mean, you see bits and pieces of how broken it is. I'm trying to point a few out when that's happening. There's gonna be some very obvious tells that the devs really, really did not care about trying to playtest the US release of this game, which is the only version of this game which is completely filled with small bugs, bigger bugs, which are very, very hard to overlook at times. But yeah, Any Percent is just like the cherry on top, just showing everything. Duh, the soundtrack. I'm happy I curated my PTSD about this soundtrack. So, for context, there is a puzzle in the late game that plays the exact same soundtrack that is notorious for being very convoluted and very complicated and taking a long time. I've cleared it about 3 times without notes, taking me roughly 7 hours, 8 hours, and 4 hours to do. We're gonna be doing that in the speedrun, because there's some really good we can hear about. It's not gonna take as long, no worries. I have notes for it here. It should not take like longer than 2-3 minutes. But like, yeah, if you listen to that soundtrack for like 8 hours on loop, it you know, leaves bad memories. So anyways, yay, the year has passed, and Selen finally had her child, and Maxim is all excited, and they're naming him Jeros, it's a boy, and everything is great. Peaceful life, husband and wife. They were made for each other, even though, you know, we've had, like, in order for them to fall in love, we had that one segment of, like, oh, you shouldn't just jump into holes, and then immediately jumps into a hole after. And oh no, Idura showed up and he kidnapped our baby. Oh no! But the world was supposed to be at peace. Yeah, getting caught as yeah, so our baby just got kidnapped. How do we feel about it? I'm not great. I'm feeling like murdering the guy who, you know, kidnapped our baby. I feel like that's a reasonable idea. A reasonable feeling to have. So, welcome to North Lighthouse. As always, dungeons that start with North we don't really like. And time for one of only 2 puzzles in the entire games that I still need notes for, because, yes, I'm not gonna memorize all of these memory pieces. There are spikes to the left. If I fail 4 times, monsters are gonna start leaking into the room. And, you know, we kind of don't want that. So notes are great. Getting some pillars to hookshot on. So as I said, completely static. Every single puzzle in the game is always the exact same. The only one that isn't is the monster race that we luckily have behind us now. We could, in theory, also still do a detour here for another accessory. That unfortunately is not going to see too much use, so we're not grabbing it. It would still be great, eh? The small thing, as I said earlier, if you pull a lever, you have like a little bit of time to move before it actually triggers. Swag lever, try it every single time. Sometimes loses me time. Oh, it's shuffling. Which platforms are it? Static, always those 2. Yay. Keys! We like keys. We got a pretty large keychain at this point. And we're leaving. Because now we have to go to the left side of the tower. So we're going back to the start and then pushing the arrow left to open the left door. Hoping that the monsters won't annoy me. Thank you for not annoying me. Want you stunned because you move me too randomly. Up and up. To the right. Bad horsey, leave me alone. We don't like horsies. Small detour here. There's a cracked tile underneath this pillar that we can bump open to drop the pillar down. Which then allows us to get to this chest, which contains a B-Rock, which is going to be a very, very, very important item for most of the game. Has a special attack that can inflict AoE paralysis. Gives a huge speed boost to whoever wears it, which is gonna be important to get a few things going here and there. Because once again, speed is a very, very important stat in this game. As we're approaching the top of the tower to rescue our boy. And at that moment, I would just like to say, we here at BSG do not condone child violence. We do, however, find it hilariously. Just hook him in. Just get him over here. Okay, sure. Guess we're walking in forward. Except when we walk forward, Idura shows up. Oh no! When he's holding a knife to our body's throat. How are we getting out of this? We're not allowed to come any closer. Oh, hi, Iris. Thanks for saving our boy. Beat him up! He stole our boy. He deserves death. And with that, we're gonna do that. Idura still very weak to ice. Maxim still having the cold rape here with ice damage. Sadly died at the end of Gatus, so he does not have any IP to use his special attack. Selen now with the B-Rock faster than Idura, capable of healing us for good amounts. before Idura gets a chance to kill us. Gonna throw in an extra heal here for safety, because when he starts spamming those AoE attacks, Selen slightly is not able to out-heal it. So I want her on full health again. Calling companions. We like companions, not quite enough for that. Companions are weak to thunder. This time he doesn't bring... they're looking like the slaves, but they're red. That's why they're groupies. Slavery ended up apparently. Well, they had to make them a little stronger. Yay, we have enough for the cold rape here for the glacial blast. That should kill. And quite. Still got a couple hundred points. Still like 2-3 turns to go. Don't like you spamming those attacks, because then I need to double heal, and when I double heal I can't deal damage. More companions, sure. And just thunder them again. Or bolt them again. Thunder is tier 3 spell, we do not have that yet. Otherwise we'd be using it more. Alright, that should definitely be the kill though. Yay, and even a magic fruit drop. Which actually, fun thing, the boss just dropped us an item, a magic fruit, which is completely unnecessary for us since it's for a part of the game that we're not doing. There is a creature capture thing here. There's basically a Pokemon you can have that can do random actions in each battle. We could pick one of those up, however, for the speedrun they're generally just more disrupted and more hindrance than a help. So we're not picking them up. With the magic fruit, we'd be able to get them a quarter of the way to feed them to the next evolution. However, due to this being no manipulation, the rules specifically state that every single item dropped by a boss is invalid. So I'd not be allowed to do anything with that magic fruit except for dropping it. I'm not allowed to sell it for money, even though it would only sell for like 5 gold, which, you know, not really worth it. I'm not allowed to use it. And that is the beauty of no manip. The reason for that is we didn't get to see that, but the early game bosses, the catfish, the Kamu, and the Tarantula had a chance to drop accessories, very powerful accessories that sell for a lot of money and can do a lot of good for the run. Are heavily used in the any percent no major glitches category that allows the manipulation, since they obviously even manipulate so that they guarantee the drop for them. Yeah, not allowed to use them. If that were, then that would just become reset hell again, and we don't like reset hell. Blizzard and stronger ice spell, as well as stronger healing spell. We like those. Then we're gonna buy ice balls. We're no longer throwing boomerangs. We're past the point where we've been using special attacks for a little while. They have been carrying as well. We're now once again going into a realm where items are going to be nice, because the next next 3 bosses have all a terrible illness against cold. They all have an ice weakness. So we'll be able to deal a lot more damage with those ice balls than we'd be able to do with normal attacks or spells or special attacks that we have at our disposal right now. Don't annoy me, bee. We hate bees. We want bees to stay as far away from me as possible. Bee movement is always they move no steps in a random direction. The next step I take, they move 1 step in a random direction. The next step I take, they take 2 steps in a random direction. Then going back to 1, then going back to 0, and that looping around the entire time. So they can seem as if they're suddenly just with supersonic speed running in my direction, and we absolutely do not like that, because bees have attacks that I absolutely do not want to deal with. I still don't know what's wrong with that tree. Usually trees always, as soon as you come close to you, should start chasing you. That tree, for whatever reason, is like a 50-50. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. You're not gonna annoy me. If plant is moving out of the way, we like plant moving out of the way. Means I don't have to worry about it. Give me that key. What's that on my tongue? B, please be nice. Thank you. That B has caused me so much trouble already in the past on this dungeon in specific. Ice-ish puzzle, make all the wheat grow once you step on it. Can't cut any wheat there, otherwise it counts as a miss. Hey, fire arrows! An upgrade to the arrows that we haven't been using for a while. That we're only gonna be really using in this dungeon and then for one riddle later in the game in like one of the last dungeons. Fire arrows do not really have that much use in the entire game. As we're coming into the next room, which is literal ice puzzles. Except that they, for whatever reason, decided to use mud instead of ice for this one. I mean, it makes sense. We're not really in a cold area. But the idea is going to be the same. Over there to the bottom left. We'll only be able to take each tile once. If I step on a tile twice, I will break through the floor and ending up in I have not even a clue where, because I haven't failed this in forever. Alright, so on the story side of things, what has happened? Well, Iris helped us rescue our little boy and then told us, well, yeah, I prophesied that, you know, once Maxim kills Gators, the world will be at peace. However, there was a small if on that, apparently, that, you know, world at peace, cool. Can you please move away from there, B? Like, come on. Go somewhere where I can stun you. Go somewhere where I don't have to walk. God damn it, that was the worst I've ever seen. Turns out the prophecy, in order to be fulfilled, would have been that Maxim had to die in that tower. However, you know, Maxim survived. Maxim got a kid, and that now threw the entire world in chaos. You know, classic scenario of a single man not being able to control his emotions and keep his you-know-what in his pants, causing the entire end of the world. That's a common scenario. That happens a lot, right? So yeah, now the evil is on the rise again. We have to go journeying again. And in order to go journeying, well, we kind of ran out of continent. So we need a boat. But all boats in the ferry town have been destroyed. Here's a boat builder who found like a very special tree on top of this mountain, which is why this is called Phantom Tree Mountain. And that's exactly the reason why we're here, because we're going to assist him. That looks good. And with that, we're coming to the last bad fight of the game. This fight still has an RNG chance to just absolutely annoy me and murder me. We do not want to see a bite in the first turn. Bites in the first turn are very, very bad, especially if selected to Selen. Luckily, didn't happen. Immobilize goes out. How many of the lions did we paralyze? Did we paralyze any of them? Please tell me yes, and that becomes that fight. Oh my god, double paralysis. Yes. Let's go. Best fight. Easy every time. Yes, you can attack with your cold rapier, still doing good damage. Okay, so both lions being paralyzed is amazing. That means they're literally unable to do anything unless they're hitting that random chance at the end of the turn to heal out of it. That means I will not have to focus on heal. I can just focus on DPSing. And as you can see, just focusing on DPSing is great because they're dying quickly. They have very strong AoE attacks. They have annoying attacks that have a chance to one-hit kill Selen or Maxim. They have just a very, very annoying kit of attacks to deal with. So getting the double paralysis... Oh, he got out of the paralysis. Getting the double paralysis is amazing. And then he decides to kill Selen at the very last moment. Because of course he does. But I don't mind. That was a very good lion. That was a gold split lion. Very, very happy with that. And yeah, we got the tree. Yay. Now how do we get it back? We don't know. We're just, going back to city, getting more people to get it down. And with that, yeah, boat maker guy is gonna make a boat. It's gonna somehow, timber the tree, get the tree, make a boat out of it. And all he needs for that is 2 days. So we're just gonna rest in the inn 2 days. The only 2 times at the inn, the only time we're generally having to take an inn. And Guy and Decker just being like, come on, we're gonna look for some girls, gonna see if we can make some friendships, to which Selen only has one thing to answer. Typical males. Free time in the town, immediately going to look for women. Maxim answering with silence. So yeah, 2 small waits, and then boat maker guy has built an entire boat from scratch. That's a fast boat builder, especially since he's, doing most of it alone. So now the boat builder will offer us his ferry services. We now have 2 places we can go. We can go and visit Grubrik, which he tells us is the home of the ancient cave. Treasure hunters love that place, apparently. Or we can go to Narcissus. Narcissus is a story option where we need to go. We're gonna go to Grubik before that, though. We're gonna visit the Ancient Cave. So, Ancient Cave is a thing that people are more commonly known for this game. The story of this game is great, but the Ancient Cave was revolutionary because it was a roguelike. Before roguelikes were really a thing. Roguelikes weren't really popular or known before at this point, and they built an entire thing just into the game for fun. It is an optional dungeon, 100 floors deep. You enter, you get reset to level 1, your inventory get cleaned out, and you somehow have to make your way down. We're only here to buy for the shop. We're only here to buy sleep balls, because we like sleep balls. And yeah, the place is amazing. Really recommend the Ancient Cave community. Amazing people, amazing speed run, lots of fun to be had. A gift that keeps on giving, etc., etc. And to that note, we're just going to take a small detour to hear the one true truth. Once you're hooked on the Ancient Cave, you're stuck in the city for a long time. The woman here knows, and it is true. Once the Ancient Cave hooks you in, you're never able to leave. You're not ever leaving the Ancient Cave again. So anyways, we're now going to Narcissus, continuing the story. We only came here for the sleep balls. Sleep balls, we used sleep before. A sleep ball, very helpful item. So we had drowsy earlier, which was a spell that had a 50% chance to put enemies to sleep if they weren't immune to sleep. Well, sleep balls are an upgrade for it because, it's not a spell. Everyone can use them, as well as it having a 100% success rate compared to a 50%. So, making fights more consistent, etc. And the next few bosses are incredibly fun with that because they're weak to sleep. And oh no, flute music! And suddenly all the women are leaving town and are saying something about needing to go to the North Tower. North Tower. Once again, every single dungeon in this game that has north or is north of a city is terrible. Technically speaking, the tower is called Tower of Sacrifice, but it still is a terrible tower. So yeah, flute life. All the young unmarried women have left the city and went to the tower, whereas we're suspecting something to do with life force, which is great in young women. So yeah, just a bunch of women getting hypnotized and going to the tower. So that can't be good. So we better check that out because it can't be good. So we did not get a free heal anywhere here. Sure, just revive. Sure. Was hoping to get a free heal here somewhere, but apparently not. Stop! You're not catching me off guard today. Can you please go somewhere else? Thank you. Teleporters being annoying as always. Lizards being annoying as always. So teleporters. No murder, please. I kind of need, like, most of my resources here. Okay. Let's hope they don't attack me a second time by walking down now. Thank you. Okay. Teleporters being annoying. This teleporters being annoying. So anyway, yeah, long tower ahead of us. We have a lot of riddles, a lot of fun riddles. We have a couple weird-looking thingy-majigs, the black things here. In this room, once I passed them, they would reset the buttons. So we bumped the wall over here, so we can go around. We have some of them that will just, you know, push you push you to the furthest away location they're facing. We have bomb puzzles, making sure that Samurai is secured because I don't want to deal with it. Down here to get the key. Boss key is important, and well, those holding statues are not looking very stable. Wonder if they'd like a few bombs. Oh no, the wall came down. That can't be good. Except, oh hey, the wall down here is down now. And say hello to the ice ring. So similar to the thunder thing I mentioned earlier, once I equip the ice ring to a character, that will increase all ice damage they deal. Which, you know, as I've said, we are coming up to a lot of bosses weak to ice. Selen has the blizzard spell. So, you know, we kind of like stacking multipliers. God, I hate that room. We kind of like stacking multipliers on top of that because, you know, more damage is good because more damage means easier times killing bosses. Coming up to the bombing puzzle, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same thing on the other side. Switching back to a hookshot to stun more samurais. Pull the lever, Kronk. And making sure the squid doesn't annoy me. Whoops. That was unlucky. So samurais have a very distinct movement patterns. They have a two-step system. On the first step, they will always move in a direction that is generally in my directions towards me. And on the second step, they're gonna do a random step in any random direction. So the fact that he just took 2 steps towards me was unlucky. Not the end of the world though, luckily. So, Selen, Ice Ring, Pearl Brace, get rid of the B-Rock, because the B-Rock goes to Maxim, as well as the Speedy Ring, and Decker gets the Thunder Ring. So we just gave all our speed boosting gear to Maxim. Because we have plans for the next boss. So as I said, we bought sleep balls, and a lot of the next couple of bosses are weak to sleep. The thing with how sleep works, though, is that every single time I sleep an enemy and I hit an enemy, they have a chance to wake up. They have a random chance to wake up at the end of every turn. We're gonna try to abuse the speed stats for the next boss fight in a way that Maxim is faster than Idura. So Maxim will put Idura to sleep. Idura's turn will be skipped since he's sleeping. And then the others will hit him, potentially waking him up. But since his turn is already over, he doesn't get it anymore. If I, for example, had a second character fast enough and that character would attack before Idura's turn and wake him up, he'd still be able to take his turn. Which obviously we wouldn't want. So we're making sure that Maxim is the only one faster to make sure that the entire fight is basically scripted. So if I didn't mess up my equipment, which I shouldn't, and I didn't mess up my items, which I didn't because I have the items that I need, he will do one attack on the first turn, and then everything from there will be... yeah, will be just boss sleeping, me killing him. So this is Idura 2. We already beat him once in the tower just before. This is the second time we're fighting him. He's kind of a sore loser, always running away with his fancy smug look and his pink armor and his beautiful, luscious golden hair. Ice Ball, Sleep Ball, Blizzard. And that's what we're gonna do until he's dead. So there's not a lot happening here anymore. Once we've beaten him, Decker just, you know, gave the girls a little bit of like, oh, if you believe in me, I can do it and I can beat them, which obviously worked as seen. Ice, Sleep, Blizzard. Since he was able to destroy the cage that we're locked in. Decker, of course, doing all that in hopes of, you know, maybe getting to know one of the girls a little better, getting a little bit disappointed after now, once we're finishing the fight. Turns out every single one of those girls had a boyfriend, and they're all coming to pick him up. I'm still unsure what is going on. I'm not sure why, but every single one I've done lately, this split has always been terrible, and I've always been losing a minute or so on it. Split felt good. I've done things good. I've done things fast. I have no idea why I lost a minute. Anyways, yeah, boyfriend 1, boyfriend 2, boyfriend 3. And then the little girl is gonna go up to Decker and be like, oh, my hero, marry me. And then her boyfriend comes, because of course the little girl also already has a boyfriend that she's engaged to. And Decker only just be like, who needs women? My sword is my love. Right, so that was Idura 2. What comes after Idura 2? Idura 3, of course. So let's go meet the guy immediately. As we're coming into the Karloon North Shrine, which actually is the one dungeon that isn't that terrible with North in the name, but due to story reasons of what's happening here, it's also, you know, bad, terrible, don't like it. Has a little bit of RNG, so lions up here, they like to move in my general direction randomly. So sometimes they're not moving while I do 10 steps, and sometimes they're doing 10 steps as I do 10 steps. Suddenly rushing towards me, leave me alone, little shelled beast. If that one hit me, I'm probably game over, because that one is a very, very nasty shelled beast. Okay, thank goodness only a single one in here, proving my point of why I didn't want to run into them. Dead selling all over the place. Actually, I'm not healing with you because you're almost out of MP. So all the shells here have a chance to have anemones in them. They have a powerful tentacle AoE move that we really, really don't like to see. So we, you know, prefer not to run into it. Our moveset usually is good enough that you know, don't have to run into him. Hey, it's the Decker Blade. Wonder if Maxim can use it. Yeah, so for story for this dungeon right now, Idura has kidnapped Iris and then basically be like, come to the tower and then like die or something, or I'll kill her. Not 100% sure what his plan was here. I mean, aside from luring us in here, probably just killing us, yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna beat him up once more, and this is actually going to be the last time we're actually finally gonna dispose of Idura. He's not gonna come back again. Gotta pause. Hate the skeletons. Teleporters in general, always annoying, no matter which sort of teleporters. There's teleporters that only teleport when you're near them. There's teleporters that only teleport when you're far away from them. Bomb. Screw you. Bomb. Screw you. Really hate those skeletons. Those flaming skulls. Cool looking designs, etc., but really annoying monsters. Anyways, Decker gets the Decker Blade. One of the best weapons in the game. It's not that strong, but it has a very, 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 very powerful special attack that deals half of the enemy's current HP. So one attack and they're immediately 50% of the way dead. We really love that. Unfortunately, we only get to use it a single time on this specific fight. Guy gets the damage buff. You take the speed buff and you start blizzarding. Idura once again getting a single attack off. We're gonna sleep for the entire rest of the fight after this. As we're getting the fatal blow for 1869. That seemed like a fairly low roll, but I also don't have the reference right now, so... sleep, blizzard. So, as I said, it always deals half. However, there is damage rolls included with it, and front row, back row is accounted for. So, even though it says it does half of the enemy's health, it has a more range of like 50 to 60%, I think it was. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not great with numbers, especially not in this game. If you want to see more numbers, generally also saying, if you're interested in Lufia, recommend showing up in the Ancient Cave Discord. And if you want to know specific numbers for basically everything with statistics in the game, we have a website called ACRef that has like all the infos about the Ancient Cave and everything that has statistics in the entire game that also account for the game. Anyway, we killed Idura, yay! And we saved Iris, except sadly, somehow magic is sealed, we can't use escape. And there was a self-destruct button, and unlike the self-destruct button that we've seen on the Tunbell Tower, where we then immediately went back in because we wanted to grab the chest there, this one will actually destroy the entire dungeon. This dungeon is actually a one-time play. You will never be able to come back here. Which means it's also a kill point for 100% run if you miss one of the 3 chests, the third one being down there. Your 100% run is dead. Oh no, wall coming down. Back to the hook. Thank you. Cool. Did I remove Decker? Yes, I did. Always double checking this. So yeah, found the magical device. Just have to destroy it and we'll probably be able to relieve. So Decker just uses smash attack. And let's leave. Oh. What was that? He wasn't paying attention. Oh no, he was hit by a dragon. And Idura is still somewhat alive and more monsters. Oh no, Decker, the temple is blowing up. There's no time. Oh no, Decker! Decker! 07. You were a trooper. You'll be missed. Best character in the game. Now deceased. Sorry, I need a moment. Okay. Anyways, yeah. We need to continue on. I mean, it is what it is in the end. The world is not gonna save itself, and the only thing we can do, we can carry on. Decker will certainly be missed. So we're moving on, and we're once again at the edge of the continent. There is no more continent for us to go to, but there's a lot of water around. So you know, we'd kind of like a boat. A boat would be good about now. Oh hey, look at that! They sell a ship. Yay, there's a ship for sale here. All right, let's buy ships. Inventor, Lexus, north of town. All right, we'll talk to him. So there's this guy that wants to sell a ship. Okay, sure. Let's you know, talk to him about buying a ship, because you know, every good RPG has a ship. Every good RPG, you know, starts with a ship and then gives you an airship later. But like, you know, gotta get a ship first. So let's talk to this inventor who booby-trapped everything. If you take the wrong door, you fall into a giant pit. And the last one is disguised. So say hello to Lexus. Lexus is a genius. At least he says that he is one. And yeah, he wants to sell the ship because it's not strong enough to carry this invention that he got there. He calls this invention NMG, I think it's pronounced. It's a weird thing, and oh, it blew up. Yeah, it's supposed to be a thing that takes like a liquid and turns it into energy, and it turns a thingamajig so that creates energy, and is supposed to make ships go faster. As I said, I think it's called Engina or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, as we just see, it just absolutely blew up. So we're not 100% sure if we can trust him, and he was talking about it. And he's like, oh, hey, I have this device here to measure power levels. And what's the power levels? Guys, power level is like 5 times higher than anything he's ever seen. And then Sellen's power level is like 8 times higher than anything he's ever seen. And then Maxim is like, oh my god, it's off the scale. It's immeasurable power. So he's like, you guys are strong and you have connections. Can you get me a better boat to get the engine in it, and you can have the boat, and then I want to travel with you? And we're like, I mean, if we get a boat out of it, sure. Because, you know, we kind of need a ship to travel. Traveling is important. If you want to save the world, you got to travel the world. So, it's settled. Lexus is going to fiddle around on this engine a little bit more. And we'll figure out a ship. So, if we need a ship, probably best to ask shipbuilder guy from the other town. You remember him. The guy who was on the mountain and, you know, built ship in 2 days. So let's ask him if he builds another ship out of that special tree. If he has enough of that special tree left over to build another ship. For the engine. And then he's like, oh yeah, I know Lexus. He's a genius. If he says that works, then it's probably gonna work. So I'm gonna build a ship and deliver it in a couple days. Because, yes, building ships only takes hours or so. So we have some more time to kill as we need to, you know, wait for the ship being built. So let's go back into town. Let's see if anything. Oh hey, there's Arif. I mean, Lufia, the flower girl, selling flowers. Yay, flower girls. But she's kind of overworked and kind of tired. Because, you know, she's kind of poor and needs to sell flowers and to breed flowers and to make money, and she just doesn't get enough sleep. And she's talking about a wonderful, beautiful flower that she saw on the mountain that she absolutely needs because it brings a lot of money. And then she immediately faints because she's just completely tired. And then Cell is just like, all right, let's just put her to sleep. Cast drowsy. 50% chance. Will it hit? And Lufia's asleep now with open eyes. And then we're like, well, we got time to spare, so might as well go get that flower for the girl. We got nothing better to do in the meantime. Even though I really, really hate that decision because, yeah, Flower Mountain is surely a place. Why can I not heal you? Why can I not heal you, huh? What is going on? Eh? Why are you unable? Eh? Visible confusion, that never happened before moment. Why are they not able to heal? I've never noticed, I've never seen that before. Let's hope that goes away. They have enough MP to cast the spell, so... Ah! I kind of like not running around with nearly dead characters. What is going on? Oh, at least stronger works. Okay, cool. No idea what. I've literally never noticed anything. Anyways, hammer time. Hit you, because I don't want to get gnomed. With hammer, we can break boulders like these. We can move pillars by hitting them with a hammer. And then in general, it also works with the works like the hookshot and the arrow that it can stun enemies. I'm sorry, I'm just really confused right now. Anyways, very annoying room. Got good RNG that the flying thingy didn't move too terrible. Spike mace is always the same. All right. And with that, we're going into the worst room of the entire game. Welcome to Monster House, where we gotta go to get that burn sword, because we really want that burn sword, because we're on Flower Mountain. We're probably gonna see some flowers that we don't really want to mess with. Actually, let me reset that. I hate that movement. Yes, that looks a lot better. Okay. Terrible room. Everything is there is basically on RNG moveset, except for the plant that is like chasing you as soon as you get close. It's a very annoying room to deal with. And there's like such and such days. Sometimes it goes incredibly well and you get through there like 10 seconds and they're like, wow, that was incredible. And sometimes you're stuck there for like 2-3 minutes trying to just hope to get through. Also, of course, they move in that exact moment in that exact direction. And of course, they get the 50% back attack. Thank you. Goodbye. All right. Of course, you have to move over there. God, I hate those guys. They're also on B movement, by the way. So 0 step, 1 step, 2 step, 1 step, 0 step. On loop. Can I cast strong? What is wrong with my strong? Why can I not use my healing spell? Jesus. I've never seen anything like that happen ever before. I have the MP, I have the spell. Oh god. Okay, good. That is the first attack. Good. I attacked them from behind. That's very good. Actually, fighting those things would be terrifying. Guy, Burn Sword, Camo Armor, Thunder Ring, Lion Fang, Selen Mini Field. Say hello to the Rogue Flower. The Rogue Flower doesn't like fire and doesn't like sleep, so we're gonna put it to sleep and then set it on fire with that handy little burn sword that we just got for Guy. Dealing pretty nice damage numbers. Like, we haven't seen damage numbers this high before. And yeah, the rest of the fight is literally just like Guy attack, arrest defend, so make sure that it doesn't wake up. Put it to sleep again with Maxim if possible. Reason we don't attack with Selen here, like, she has a fire spell, but the thing is, once again, turn order. Selen is faster than the flower, so if Maxim puts it to sleep and then Selen attacks, the Selen attack has a chance to wake it up, and since the flower goes after Selen, it still would get its move. So we're playing it kind of safe here, just attacking with Guy. Yay, we found a pretty flower. We like pretty flowers. Alright, back to town, giving that to Lufia, the flower girl. She's gonna be very, very happy about it, and then we're finding out, oh hey, the ship is already done building, and then we get a ship, yay! And then after we get the ship, we're coming up to the worst dungeon of the game, woohoo. So, yeah. Next town is going to be Dunkirk. Oh, also Lex is going to tag along. Once we get the ship, Lex is going to be like, I want to travel with you. Like, you guys, I want to see the world. I want to learn stuff, more stuff, and then like you guys are the strongest guys on Earth, so like you'd be able to protect me, right? Then yeah, Lex is going to do more protecting for the next few dungeons than we are, as Lexus is. Technically speaking, Lexus is a very, very mid character. He's really not that great, but he has a few moments, and one of the moments we're actually going to see in the next dungeon. So next town that we're gonna come to is going to be Dunkirk Castle. Dunkirk is a nation that is currently closing in on a war with the neighboring kingdom of Agario, and Agario is offering their national treasure as a peace offering. However, the national treasure gets stolen in the middle of the castle, and then we're gonna detour to get like a replacement and a double of it, and then if peace negotiations are gonna fail because the queen is gonna notice that it's a double, and the prince is gonna be like, everyone knows in the castle that it's been stolen except you two, and then the king's like, James, investigate it. And then he finds out that James is not there, and that another guard is being like, James went to the North Cave, Dunkirk North Cave. And then we're gonna have to deal with that dungeon, and I hate that dungeon because that dungeon has such terrible layout that you have to go back and forth a bunch of times. And you can't even use, like, most dungeons where you have to do back and forth strats, it's faster to just use escape and re-enter, and technically it'll be true here as well. However, they double locked the dungeon with the key system and a couple buttons that you have to hit. So it takes forever and is just generally terrible. So yeah, nothing really happening on the next little bit. We're just, you know, gonna clear dungeons, etc, etc. So, oh, Lonne! Haven't had enough work yet, huh? Might be doing a little bit more. I got a little bit. I'm running out of stuff to talk about.
You're running out of stuff to talk about. How could you? I thought you've got plenty to talk about.
I mean, to be fair, the general formula of the game ends up at some point just becoming the exact same thing. Just, you know, go to city has a problem will be solved in the dungeon, everyone is happy, go to the next city, repeat. It is a very similar formula, to be fair.
It's an RPG, I suppose. That kind of makes sense, right? I'm all too familiar with that. I can talk about one of our sponsors, which was Stein Janssen IT courses. They offer IT courses for all skill levels, covering a wide range of topics, including programming languages, cloud technologies, and AI tools and integrations like ChatGPT. The courses are always up to date and focused on hands-on and practical use. You can attend training sessions in Utrecht, Groningen. I've butchered that. I'm sorry. You can have one arranged at your own location, or you can even join online, whatever suits you the best. Courses are currently offered in Dutch, but they do offer, or are planning to offer, English language options in the near future. You can explore all the courses they have to offer at xpgain.nl.
Thank you for that.
I can also talk about some of, we've got a couple of other plugs related to some of our prizes. We can talk about if you ever wanted to become a cult leader, HabKeineName.
I mean, I've been thinking about it every now and then. Why?
Yeah, well, you can, in Cult of the Lamb, you can play as a possessed lamb rescued by a mysterious stranger who must repay his debt by becoming a cult leader.
Wait, is that roguelite with like Twitch integration where you can even invite like a chat to be part of your cult?
Yes, actually it is, yes. And speaking of the Cult of the Lamb, the top 10 donors on Wednesday will each receive a guaranteed Steam key for the game, and we'll be giving away more keys during the Cult of the Lamb speedrun, which will be on Wednesday, I believe.
I think it was Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday night, yes. So shout outs to Devolver Digital and Massive Monster for providing the keys for that. We can also talk about Tanuki Sunset. Do you like Tanukis?
I'm indifferent about them. I mean, they're great in Mario, but like, I've not really too familiar with the whole lore behind them, to be fair.
Well, Tanuki Sunset, it's a game about skateboarding raccoons. Do you like skateboards, and do you like raccoons, by any chance?
I mean, that sounds like a sick combo, to be fair.
Exactly. Well, if you think that's great, then Tanuki Sunset is the game for you. Ride through aesthetically pleasing courses while performing radical tricks. Will you master the way of the board? You can check out Tanuki Sunset on Steam and the Nintendo eShop. Plus, if you donate a minimum of €10, you will be entered for a chance to win a Steam key. Shoutouts to Rewind Games for providing those keys.
Stupid mermaid. Annoying me. Alright.
You still want me to try and fill in some dead air?
No, it's fine. I'm fine.
You got it from here?
I can think over again.
Cool.
I've got a few things I can still talk about. Like the fact that I absolutely hate this dungeon. Monster placement is terrible. You rarely have a chance to get a clean shot on stunning someone. The wall that you need to blow up 3 times, and for whatever reason the hammer isn't good enough to destroy the wall, so you actually have to use bombs that take forever. Meanwhile, the freaking mermaid over there annoying you with her movement as you do not want to touch her. Then you have all the buttons that need pressing and the keys you need to find, and even if you have the key, you still need to press the buttons again even when you re-enter. Like, this dungeon, at least is in any percent, the good news at least is we only have to do it once. Unlike, for example, the 100% category. To which, funny story, have you ever thought about running a speed game, but be like, the any percent category doesn't look too great, I wonder what else there is? Then saw the 100% category and decided, yeah, that's a good idea to run 100 before any percent. Well, it was basically my story with the Lufia story mode speedrun. Been interested in Hundo since I've played it a couple years ago in a Twitch Plays Speedrun stream that basically just ran games with a timer and tried to speedrun and ask for speedrun notes in the community, and usually asked for some speedrunners to come around, etc., etc. And we did like, I think it was like 160 hours to beat the 100% run, and that was actually what got me interested in the 100% category of the game. So at some point last year, I actually sat down, took my time, and actually learned 100%. The thing with 100% is, I mentioned the Ancient Cave earlier, the roguelike dungeon. And in fact, for 100%, one of the requirements is to open every single treasure chest in the game. And there's like 4 chests that are locked behind actually beating that dungeon. And well, since it's a roguelike, it's very RNG, so a lot of runs have died there. And at some point I was just like, I kind of still want to run right now, but like, you know, Hundo died and PB isn't feasible anymore, so I just decided, hey, let's run any percent. And that's how I got into the no Manip category. So that was a fun time. And I think something is going on behind the host desk. Is it time for you to sign off, Lonne? Will I no longer be able to hear your soothing voice for the rest of this run?
Yes, indeed. That is me coming up on the end of my shift, so I'm just going to just let you know that I will be signing off for the night.
Very sad.
I have Xoneris. He will be taking my place for me, and he'll keep you right for the rest of the run.
That is a good replacement, to be fair.
Yeah, he'll do a good job, I'm sure. But yeah, that's been it from me for tonight. Thank you for having me on for the hosting shifts, and I'll be on. I think it's Wednesday next, so. hopefully the rest of your run goes well, and yeah, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we're all, as I said, I'm basically in the my least liked dungeon and the worst dungeon of the game. There's a lot of RNG to this dungeon. There's a lot of back and forth in this dungeon that I'm not a fan of. So once I'm done with this dungeon, the rest of the game is just gonna be, you know, smooth sailing. Also, remember how I said Lexus is a very, very mid character? I forgot the undead ring. Karma, get out of this fight, please, and redo it, because I forgot that the most important thing. So you saw Lexus just hit for like 20 damage, which, you know, is like absolutely terrible. Like, why would you want that? But he has a special thing that he can AoE attack, and yeah, that damage looks a lot better. So, most anything in this dungeon is weak to Holy. Once again, with the Undead Ring equipped, Lexus normal attack turn into Holy attacks, and you can see, especially with his weapon that allows him to attack AoE, basically, every single enemy on the screen. Yeah, he's able to shred through those enemies, which is very, very nice, which is something that I actually never really noticed casually, so I really gained a huge amount of respect for Lexus after starting to learn the run. Make sure that Ninja is occupied, because I hate ninjas. As you might have noticed, those ninjas are kind of out for me, and they absolutely are hunting me. They're doing like, what, 2 or 3 steps every time I take a step, and they're absolutely on chase mode. They're also... Well, they're not, no, actually, they're not that powerful, especially since that's not ninjas, that's the weaker ninjas, the assassins. They're more annoying than dangerous, really. But, like, you know, still playing extra cautiously around them. And then having the funny little dragons here that always move in the opposite direction of me that I need to deal around. And welcome to RNG Hell. Welcome to the Shadow Room. Shadows have a moveset that they are generally trying to go in my general direction. Damn it. Go up, please. Thank you. And yeah, with them going in my general direction, I'm kind of, you know, forced to interact with them at some point. There is a good bit of RNG to this room. We had a pretty good one, to be fair. There's a chance that everything goes wrong and you have to fight every single one of these enemies. There is a chance for everything to go insanely well and you not having to fight a single one of these. So, being nearly through the room, now having to fight a single one, that's going to be a second one, because he's definitely not going to move over again. But, you know, fighting 2 of them isn't too terrible. That's pretty good RNG-wise. 2 is about the norm to fight with them. Okay, so yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, one of the 100% requirements is that you clear everything, clear every single treasure chest in the game, including there is a collection quest in this game. There are 8 dragon eggs in this game that you can collect, and if you collect all 8, you can bring them to the egg dragon. The egg dragon will grant you a wish. Wish granting egg dragon, yay. And after you grant the wish, he spreads the 8 dragon eggs all across the world and all open chests again. And yeah, with opening chests in Dunkirk and 100%, there's a chance that you have to do the dungeon like up to 4 times, which we just absolutely hate doing. So I'm really, really, really happy every single time I run 80% when I only have to do this dungeon once. Is that a triple immobilize? Is that? Oh my, it is. I'm taking it. Using the B-Rock once again to incapacitate our enemies so they no longer can attack, and it worked really, really well. Hey, I can cast Strong again. Wonder if I can from the menu. So once again, lucky here getting that AoE stun on the enemies. Making the fight really, really fun, really, really easy. Those knights absolutely have a chance to annoy me So yeah, Prince runs away, James gets arrested, Ruby Icon gets taken to Dunkirk, figures the Dunkirk Princess and Aurelio Prince smooth talk a little bit, and we're allowed to leave to open the rest of the game. So also we were kind of like locked in here as Aurelio has a sea gate that they kept closed. Now that we dealt with the problems, they're gonna open it again and everything's gonna be fine and we can actually get to the rest of the world map. So basically from this point on, the entire world map is available to us. We can go anywhere we want. We can go back to the start. We can go straight to the final islands, even though we can't actually enter them because we need another method of transport to get there. But like we have options now. There's also a casino island to the left, which we are sadly not gonna visit. Really like the casino island. Has some fun little casino games that are really fun to play if you get right. Like the classics like slots, blackjack, poker. Has a very interesting bingo, action bingo, where you're allowed to rotate around the numbers on your bingo card. And anyways, welcome to Farum Kingdom. Farum Kingdom is actually going to be a place where not a lot is going to happen. We have a situation of Prince from another nation is here, wants to marry the princess. Princess does not like the guy, already is in love with this boy. He's Hans. Hans, get the Flammenwerfer, thank you. Hans here is the child of friend / love of the princess. And yeah, since the princess doesn't want to marry the prince, she was like, yeah, he who goes to the tower and retrieves the gem from the top of the tower will become my husband. And so the prince actually hired Hans, funnily enough, to go and do that for him. And hello, champion, second strongest healing spell in the game. And yeah, but I also were talking about suspicious characters that were seen around the tower. So we're kind of worried and gonna go check it out and help out. Not arrow, hammer. Farum Tower is actually a tower I really like because it's pretty short, pretty straightforward. It doesn't actually have a boss on top, just a cutscene. And it is also part of where we're gonna showcase once again what no major glitches mean. As we have a small thing in this tower that is insanely funny that we're gonna use. Those here are now ninjas. Ninjas are a lot more dangerous than the assassins we've just seen in the last dungeon. So we absolutely want to make sure they will never get a chance to chase us down. Making double and triple sure they are stunned at any time. Or a little ice puzzle-ish. Don't step on it twice. And key. Now the way to the back is very long, so we're just gonna do a strat that I haven't done in a while. I'm just gonna escape out of the tower and start anew. Now that I have the key, we can just, go to the end immediately. And yeah, the way up is shorter than the way from the key back to the bridge area where we were. Look over and down, and then on the left side. So we're coming up to a room that has a lot of moving platforms. We're supposed to, change directions of things of the platforms in order to make it through. However, funnily enough, if I step down here, open my menu, close it again. For whatever reason, the collision is there. And yes, we're walking in thin air. Yay, woohoo. We love walking in the off when we're not supposed to be doing that. We're supposed to, you know, walk with the platforms. But like, you know, if it works, it works. Okay, good. Scary room with the 2 movements of those 2 enemies combined. The ninja is always consistent. The samurai is always a bit more annoying. Please step on the button. Thank you. Alright, so Hans is here. Hans can't move. Suddenly, Man Golden Armor appears and introduces himself as Amon, Master of Chaos and second of the Sinistrals. Well, we are right here, so might as well beat him up, right? Ew. He just trashed Guy and then just runs away. Doesn't even care. Just trashes Guy and then runs away. I mean, okay, we're fine with that. I mean, I would have obviously kicked his butt if he let me, but eh. So Hans, about that gem you were supposed to get. Looks just like a rock, just like a regular green stone. Oh well. If it is what he wants. And yes, we're heading back to the castle now. Hans is giving the prince the rock because it's the rock from the tower that the prince requested him to get. But the prince is like, that's no gem. You failed. You probably just you probably didn't even go to the tower. And the princess aide is like, I heard the princess is like, sapphires. I got a sapphire here. And then he's like, prince is like, okay, cool, go. Prince, oh princess, I brought gem from the tower. Look at this beautiful sapphire. And princess is like, that's not the gem. Hans, did you bring me the gem? Yes. And it's like, never forgotten the small stone you gave to me as a child. I treasure it very well. Oh, it's emotional value. And Hans is also still like, in the end, like, I'm still not ready for it. And please wait for me, etc., etc. And Prince is like, I do. And then King is like, well, sorry that went bad. And King is like, want to go to war? And King is like, what's your tongue? Yeah, scared off. Now those are not gonna cause any troubles anymore. And then suddenly God is coming in, noticing that the village in the north, Agurio, has been destroyed by a single man. Oh no! Where have we heard that before? I think that's the thing Gadus did. Well, Gadus at least was the thing. He only destroyed the town. He didn't actually kill anyone. Amon, however, literally wiped out the entire town. The woman, the children, the men, the woman, the children, everyone is dead. And the only person who's there is Iris, who's gonna give us another lore dump and gonna help us bury everyone. And it's gonna talk about the dual blade, which is still a terrible translation. Or at least not as fun as a translation as the German one being Lufia Schwert. Because, you know, it's in the name. It's the legendary Lufia Schwert of Lufia. Nope, it's just dual blade in this one, meaning something like because it wields both light and darkness. Can be used for good or evil, depending on who it chooses as its wielder. Yeah, what's going on? What's gonna happen in the near future? What's gonna happen in the near future? We're gonna go into the next town. We're gonna buy terror balls, which are gonna be used for the next boss fight. Gonna go to the next town over, where it's a lab, where we're gonna be like, oh hey, we kind of like our ship, but like we kind of need a submarine, and we kind of like submarines. So could you make our ship into a submarine? And then there's like an elf girl who's like against the lab because the lab is pumping like toxic ooze into lakes and therefore is stealing the blueprints, and then we're gonna obviously retrieving them because we don't know that it's for noble causes. And then Lexus is gonna leave the party and it's gonna get replaced with one of the best characters of the game. Which one was I dropping in? The ice balls? Scroll the notes. Haven't scrolled them in a while. There they are. Yep, dropping the ice balls. since most characters are already on that, and we're not going to use them anymore, and instead we're going to buy the Terror Balls. Terror Ball are going to be very fun for the next boss fight. Terror Ball are items that have a 50% chance to instant kill everything that isn't immune to instant death. The next boss we're going to fight is not immune to instant death. Since it's just, you know, stronger version of normal enemies, it's not a real boss technically. So, yeah, we're just gonna, you know, throw coins and hope we kill the 4 enemies in the 14 balls we have. Another runner literally had, like, yesterday, 2 days ago, a run where he missed, like, 10 in a row. Was absolutely tragic and lost the run over it. A good-looking run as well. So let's hope that's not happening, because I actually do not have a backup for that. So I'm just gonna, before leaving town, gonna make sure that I save, because there is no save in the next dungeon. Because, I mean, it is statistically improbable to lose 10 coin flips, but, like, you know, would be a shame if the run dies from that, because the last save I've made was, like, 3-4 dungeons ago. That would not be great. So let's play it safe. Yeah, Mountain of No Return introduces new puzzles once again. We're gonna have some statues that you can't move in front of because they're creating a force field in front of them. So I have to, like, you know, make sure they're all blocked off like that in order for me to be able to pass them. So I blocked this one off, and that one pushed me out, and then I'm putting that one over there to block those out, and then you're gonna block that one out. Thank you. Mountain Fiend. The game just has such great soundtrack in general. Also, remove all Misto Jewel, Guy the Lion Fang, and the B-Rock goes to Selen. Because, yeah, Lexus, as I said, is gonna leave the party after this next boss fight. So, as always, we want to remove all gear. We gave him a Misto Jewel, though, that we picked up in the last dungeon, because we won't need it anymore. The only reason we picked it up is because the Misto Jewel has a special attack that has an 80% chance to instant kill. And, you know, 80% is better than 50%. And it's like right there on A, but Lexus does not have any IP. Okay, cool. Throwing Terror Balls then. 1 Terror Ball, 2 Terror Balls, 3 Terror Balls, and 4 Terror Balls. Once again, every single time it's a 50-50. That's 1 failed 50-50. That's 2 failed 50-50s. That's 3 failed 50-50s. Yay, losing 3 coin flips in a row. That is absolutely terrible. I would have liked to at least kill one of them, because the other thing is, like, those guys are punching pretty darn hard. Hey, we killed one. We got 1 and 4. Woohoo. This is terrible. How am I going to play this? I'm gonna revive Lexus, and I am going to just try Terrible and hope another one dies. Yay, we got 1 and 5. This is absolutely terrible. Please do not kill Guy. Thank you. And this is terrible. Revive. Can't really heal with you. Good thing I saved that. I think this might actually be a death I'm taking here, because it's not locking. Still no deaths. Oh, this is terrible. I threw 7. I hit 1. Like, come on, game. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we should be good now. Please hit this one. Please hit this one. I should have played it safe. Okay. Very, very scary fight there suddenly. Jesus. I was literally just talking about how another runner had like insanely bad RNG on his fight the other day, and then I'm immediately getting like nearly as bad. Oh, I've never seen this fight go so south. Okay, but we finished it. We killed it. That's all that matters. That's the only thing important. Especially since that means I'm still on PP pace. So yeah, by the way, in that regard, tech, just as a small heads up, we're currently looking about on a pace for 425, so you might go a little bit under. So, yeah, little girl has been persuaded. Lexus went off to make changes to the laboratory so it doesn't pump toxic ooze into the rivers, and then suddenly more elves show up, and they're selling like that Amon showed up and that he kidnapped someone in the elf village, and I don't get a free heal here, really? Come on. At least I have him now with Valor, so that helps. Shopping time. We're selling a lot. We are going to sell the big boomers, the terribles, the sleep balls, the decker blade, and the pounder rod, the Figaro goes, the vice pliers, the silver rope, the gold gloves, gold band. And then we're gonna buy armor. We haven't bought armor in like forever. Yay, we're buying armor. Just one though, just for selling. Maximum guy still running around with armor from like 2 hours ago. By the way, just to point that out there. Also, Artie goes front row. Alright, welcome to Hookshot Hell. I hope you like the sound of the hookshot because you're gonna hear it a lot. God damn it. How did I mess that one up so badly? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I need to get a few hits in anyways because I really, really badly after that terrible fight need some anger bar. Anyways, yeah, a lot of hook shocking gonna happen as I'm traversing through here. Gonna pick up a few useful items, most namely, there is a rocket ring in here that has like a huge boost to my speed. That is gonna be very important for the rest of the run. Yeah, and I'd say while we enjoy the beautiful hookshot ASMR, Xoneris, wanna say hi? Wanna maybe plug something?
Yeah, I'm down to say hi. Hi, it's me, Xoneris. I'll be here for the rest of the run and for the next game. For all the people who might have just joined and are not aware. And yeah, hey.
Have you had a good rest, or have you done also like a half all-nighter?
No, I had a small nap, which was very nice.
That's good to hear. I can't wait to take another nap after I'm done here.
But what do you know what shouldn't take a nap?
What?
Donations.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Because after all, we're raising money here for Mind, which is the nationwide organization to prevent mental health problems.
You know, Mind is great and all, but also, like, the money can also go to a second cause as well. like prizes. Like I think we still have something going for this run, which I really want to make happen. But even though I'm pretty darn sure it's not going to happen anymore. But like, you know, one can dream.
Are you referring to the incentive?
Yes.
Yeah, there is a... What's the incentive? I don't know from the top of my head.
It is the incentive for the any percent showcase.
Yeah, right. Here,
which would lead me to doing another run after this run. And funnily enough, you know, how I'm doing this with no major glitches and it's taking like nearly 5 hours. Yeah, any percent is like a minute long if you're good enough. So if you want to see how that is possible, I think we're still far off from that. But like, you know, maybe.
Yeah, I see it here on screen now. The Lufia to any percent showcase. We would like to have a total of 250. Currently, we're at 10. But, you know, we still got almost... What do you say? Your pace on
25.
So we got like an hour-ish left. That, I mean... less crazy things have happened before this event, so...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, or more crazy things, I should rather say. So we can make that happen.
And I mean, I'd be absolutely honored to show it. Mainly just because I've been making fun about the game a good bit by now, and we haven't even seen the biggest blunders they've done in this version yet.
So yeah, if you want to help us get that extra bonus any percent happening, please donate. That would be much appreciated. And like I said, all of your donations go directly towards our charity Mind. So it's for a good cause. Mental health, huge problem these days, I feel like. So yeah, help everyone.
Especially hard to diagnose. I mean, I've been thinking about seeking professional help for a while myself by now, because I'm not 100% sure if it's depression or if it's like just boredom or something. I've been having something for a while by now. Anyways, yeah. Dungeon done. Which is good, because we like being done with dungeons, because every dungeon that we're done with means we're closer to the end. Don't mind story happening there, just, you know, people dying, Yuna dancers or something like that. But yeah, we got the blueprints back, we got the elf problem solved, so yay! We're now gonna upgrade our ship into a submarine, because everyone loves submarines. Submarines are better than ships in so many ways, and the main thing that is, no underwater encounters in this game. That means I no longer have to open like the menu every 2 seconds. Yay! My fingers are thanking me for that. As we're heading immediately to the next dungeon, which is a fairly short one and funny one as well. As we're facing one of the biggest threats that we haven't really faced yet in this game yet, which are undead enemies. Can I please? Thank you. Terrible movement. You please. Oh god, I'm still. Why am I still on my hammer? By the way. Oh yeah, because I need the hammer. Make that one blue. Put the second blue. Get the red one sorted. Key. So yeah, we're here because we got word that Amon is in this temple, and obviously he just, you know, killed people, and he's like one of the bad guys. So obviously we're chasing after him in order to punish him, to save the world, etc., normal stuff. Of course you do move in the one direction I don't want you to move. Really? Teleporting on top of me? I hate when you do. Do move left. Thank you for not moving left. Turns out Amon isn't actually here. There's just a vengeful spirit ghost that has a lot of hatred in him. And yeah, that's gonna be the first big showcase of a boss with a lot of health that is undead, which we're gonna abuse the heck out of, because, you know, every good RPG player knows one thing: if something is undead, counter with healing. And like, we will take that very, very literally and very, very strongly, which in a way that I can't even fully explain because I'm not even 100% understanding myself, but like, it works, so yay. Small detour over here to grab a evil jewel, which is a very, very powerful accessory. Gives one of my characters an extra 100 attack power. That's a lot of attack power. At the cost of it being a cursed item, so I will never be able to take it off after I equip it to someone. Unless I uncurse it. However, if I uncurse the item at a church, that will also get rid of the effect and give it a different effect that isn't nearly as good. Also, the ironing carpets with a rock, because why not? There we go, nice and smooth. Alright, let's see. Maxim gets the evil jewel, remove the jute helmet. Guy gets the jute helmet, removes the lion fang, gets the tough hide. RD, optimize rocket ring and the B-rock, which you don't have because it's still here. You get the lion fang and the undead ring, and then you get the B-rock. Okay. Also, something that I haven't noticed, by the way, look at that rocket ring, the gladius spear. As you can see, like the names from the equipment is kind of like facing together. It's like one of the weirder things also to happen from this version of the game. Only the US version. Sometimes you get some really, really funny names out of that. Anyways, boss time. Say hello to Vent Ghost. And as I said, we're going to heal him. We're going to heal him with special attacks from our equipment pieces that do... I still don't know the exact damage formula. It's somewhat mix of percentage HP and level. I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to do huge amounts of level damage with it, which is going to be great. Also, yay, Firebird doing the meow. Like, look at these damage numbers. And I'm barely paying IP for those attacks. And we're just gonna do a second round of that. Gonna heal up. Whoop, that was the wrong one, whatever. Should be fine. It should... No, it shouldn't be fine. He's probably gonna survive now that I misclicked Salon. Nope, never mind, he's dead. Good. Only that boss is a good boss. And RD is appeasing his soul because apparently that's an elf thing that he can do. Cursed bow. Yay. We like cursed weaponry, except we don't. If you uncurse that one, it becomes RD's bow, which is actually quite powerful and quite nice. But also not that impressive in comparison to what we're going to do. Oh, hi, Iris. Bye, Iris. So we're just going to immediately sell it for money, because it's worth a lot of money. It's like, what was it, 25,000? 25,000. 25,000. 2 crystal ones for later. Which are weapons that are gonna come very, 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 very important for the late game. As crystal ones are wholly infused and would come with an attack that deals 3 times the normal damage with extra holy on top of it. Anything that is weak to holy is like absolutely getting obliterated by that, and we love obliterating enemies, especially since there are a lot of holy weak enemies in the late game. Doing another detour. So Iris was just here basically trying to twist apart Maxim and Selene a little bit, being like, can you be 100% sure that he's honest to you, that his feelings are honest, etc., etc. And then Selene started doubting. And then Iris was like, well, there's a tower to the south that has a mirror at the top that is like always telling the truth. So if you're unsure, just go there and ask the mirror, and it'll you know, tell you what you need to know. Dragon tubes. Basically working like boomerangs, just stronger and dealing extra damage to dragons, which we're also gonna face a lot of in the near future. Alright, Tower of Truth, one of my least liked towers in the game. It is long, it is annoying, it has a couple of cool puzzles, but it's generally fairly boring and technical on top, with multiple monster rooms that we have to traverse through. Preferably without the monsters attacking me left, right, and center, which is the more annoying part about that. Stop. Stay right there. Do not move anywhere where you're gonna annoy me, thank you. Of course the mermaid moves the freaking siren's roof 3 times left. Oh no. Last save was before Venge Girl, so I'd be losing like 4 minutes. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I have that over, but I would still prefer just not to die. Yeah, no, I'm dead. Okay, cool. Woohoo! PB's dead. Yay! I'm not ruining the schedule again. Okay, that one was 100% on me, even though it also wasn't, because that was just terrible RNG. Mermaids move every second step you take. They moved left 3 times, which is like insanely rare. And then got the 50-50, which is like also like what's the percentage of that? They had a 25% chance to walk left. That happened 3 times, and then they got a 50-50 on top. Absolutely terrible. But it's fine. I accounted for a terrible early game. I didn't get a terrible early game, so it is fine. Terrible way to lose a PB as well, though, but like, whatever. We're not here for PBs, we're here for marathon runs, and we're having a good time, and we're here to raise money for charity. Getting PBs would be a nice bonus, but is absolutely not required. Oh, hey, killed Talon. That's unfortunate. So anyways, let's do the whole menuing shenanigans again. Hi Iris, bye Iris. First bow, 2 crystal ones. Back on the water. Detour to chat. I still don't know how to properly pronounce how the city's supposed to be pronounced properly. Chaed. to Zerkorot, 31 Dragon Tooths. Alright, back to the Tower of Truth. We've nearly caught up again. We're back where we just died. I like the music riddles in this dungeon, to be fair. They're a little annoying to deal with, but like, also kind of cute. You stay. Alright, see, this time the enemy wasn't even anywhere close to me. That's what's normally supposed to look like. Not them murdering me. Right, 2 floors up. The right one. Nope. It's still pressed? Probably not. Right, left, middle. Please don't annoy me with your movement too much, and you're annoying me with your movement too much. Okay, good. We're about to enter another monster room. There's a couple treasure chests on the bottom right that we're absolutely having to grab for 2 of those items are very, very important gear pieces. One of those is just money. The ghost ring and the ghost clothes, very, very important. Strong gear pieces. Yes. Struggled there for a moment to see the tiles. Thinking that, being unsure if he'd collapse with me there or not. Good tower music. Okay, a pot over here. Chest comes with me. Chest is important to be taken here because we need to blow it up at one of those buttons in order to progress. Yay, key. Unfortunately, the entrance is further away than walking back. Or like the middle point, the entrance area is longer than the way back to the main area from here. Why didn't you move down? You should have moved down. I moved down, so you should have moved down. Why didn't you move down? Screw you. Not that. Regain. Unfortunate. Alright. Moving on. Oops. There. Okay, cool. Hate that room. Hate that room with a passion. A lot of the movement in there can be absolutely terrible ending. That's a mimic. The only mimic in the base game. There's more in the ancient cave. There's none other in the base game. Hoping that you two behave. Of course you don't. Okay, cool. We're about to get to the top. At the top, we're gonna be finding that mirror I was talking about earlier, the mirror of truth. Yeah, why am I always struggling with that one so much? And before Maxim and Cellen looking into it, they will suddenly come to senses, being like, "Oh, why did I ever doubt you?" etc., etc. And then suddenly there's gonna be dragons storming the room, and those dragons are incredibly dangerous. They have like very, very, very powerful ice AoE attacks and are very, very, very annoying and can absolutely murder my entire party. Unfortunately, this fight is fortunately though, this fight is consistent, as we put all our speed gear on Cellen and Artie, so that Artie outspeeds the dragons. And the dragons have a very, very fun little script that once they're falling below a certain amount of health, they will start healing. And they will not heal for very much. And so you can just throw one Dragon Tooth to deal the majority of damage, force them to heal, and then finish them off with a second one. It's that easy. Wish it always be that easy. And oh no, the mirror broke. Very unfortunate. Now, we never know, but if you actually paid attention, you've noticed that, yes, they did show in the mirror their love is true and they truly belong to each other, etc., etc. My mission is finished, or has ended. That's not Iris in the mirror. That's looking different. Iris is not Iris. Oh well, guess we'll figure that one out later. Anyways, we're done here. That means we can go into the next dungeon, which is wonderful, because I love the next dungeon. Because it definitely isn't a dungeon that a lot of people hate for two of the riddles in that dungeon that are kind of convoluted. But before any of that, we're going shopping. We're going to sell the song rock that we just picked up, which is somewhere at the bottom. There it is. And then we're going to buy a silver sword for Maxim. Not right now, but you'll get that later. And then we're heading back to chat, and from there on going to Dragon Mountain. Yay, Dragon Mountain. Wonderful, wonderful dungeon. Alright, so as always, first of all, we will need a key. In order to get a key, well, we need to find a key. Small puzzle over here. Bushes, they regrow really fast. So you gotta basically cut them all at once, which bombs luckily can do. Which gives us access to this chest containing a Sonic ring. I think we have Sonic sitting right there behind me on the couch. Sonic ring doing what Sonic does best, giving out huge speed boosts, which will be coming very important later. Another little weight game. Gotta lure him into that hole so he falls down, pushing the platform up. Let's see how the dragons wanna behave in this room. I'm not a fan. Okay, not too terrible at least. Dragons only moving once every 3 steps I take in a random direction. That room can go extremely bad if the dragons decide they want to ruin your day. Yay, key. Alright, leaving the dungeon. As the key door is closer to the entrance than I am right now. And with that, we're coming to the 2 hardest puzzles that we'll have to solve in the game. The 2 hardest riddles. One of them optional, one of them mandatory. And starting in just a few rooms before another one of my hate rooms, because item switching is annoying and you have to do a lot of item switching in this one. Wish there was a chance to, you know, I don't know, set 2 items on 2 different buttons. Alright. Welcome to the plant puzzle. The plant puzzle goes as follows. As I move, plants will grow. As plants grow, they will block me out. I'm in need to cut all these plants before they fully grow. If I fail that, well, I have to restart. Fortunately, bombs also work, and that way I can cheese that one, even though I messed up my movement there. If I don't cheese that one, then I actually have to be moving perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hammer in order to actually make it everywhere, and I messed up. So, anyways, that was the one toggle. Yep. Good, thanks to good options here. And with that, welcome to the world's most difficult trick. Yay! I've talked about that puzzle earlier. Casually needing 7-8 hours to clear it the first few times without notes. Luckily, I do have notes, so this one is gonna be easier. And Xoneris, if you wanna plug a little bit, you can do that as I try to focus on this one.
Hell yeah, plugging time. I can do that. For example, my lovely voice right now comes from this lovely Lufia microphone, which is one of our sponsors. And yeah, these BSG announcements that you're hearing right now are brought to you by the Lufia LCT 440 Pure microphone, which, you know, I feel like sounds pretty good. We jokingly love to say that the BSG is the best sounding speedrunning marathon. So I feel like, case in point, thank you so much, Lufia, for the sponsor. Also, we have AOC gaming monitors here. I want to give a huge shout out to AOC for generously providing prizes for our giveaways and supplying their top-notch gaming monitors for our events. These amazing gaming displays feature a 1540p resolution, 165Hz refresh rate, 1 millisecond response time, low input lag, and 6 gaming modes, ensuring our gamers have the smoothest performance possible. So also thank you AOC for sponsoring our event. And like I said, generously providing prizes. So one of our prizes is is an AOC gaming bundle, I believe. So yeah, that's good stuff, good stuff. Maybe also about Plaion. Is a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Giant Software, and some more. And they're also known for publishing awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance. Check out Plaion on TikTok and Instagram under the handle Plaion_BNL. And they also were mentioning them because they also provided some gracious prizes for our lovely viewers to win if they donate. And once again, we're here to raise money for Mind, a very nice charity focusing on mental health. We're currently at 1,951 euros. Obviously, hopefully the number will go higher throughout the event. And hopefully also maybe during this run, because, you know, there might be bonus content at the end of this run, but only if we reach the incentive. 250 euros was it, I believe. Yeah. To get an extra any % showcase from our lovely runner here. But so far, it's looking a bit grim, so please help us reach that. Keep the donations rolling in. And with that, back to you.
Thank you for all that. Got lost in the notes a couple times there, but managed to still salvage it. That one is absolutely not as easy as it looks. I'm just really, really happy I have good notes for that puzzle, because that puzzle without good notes is absolute pain. HP are looking good, that's looking good. Gear is checked. Left and right, yup. Alrighty then, moving on to our next boss. So yeah, the puzzle is optional technically, but we really want a couple of those gear pieces all up front. The Lizard Blow, which is a weapon we just gave to Guy, which is a weapon that has the Dragon element, or the Dragon weakness element rather, deals extra damage to dragons. And you know, with us going into the Fire Dragon, we kind of like killing that. Okay, I do not have IP for that, so you defend this turn, and then I'm just gonna trick. I was supposed to do... Oh, come on. Really? Starting immediately off of... I hate when he does that. So, killing Guy in the first turn is about the worst thing he can do, and I absolutely despise it. So, let's see where we go from there. We luckily have enough Dragon Tubes. I buy a lot of extra at this point to make sure if I get bad fights that I have enough Dragon Tubes to still have enough for everything after. Technically speaking, this fight should not be a problem. He can be a little bit annoying at times. He should not have a chance to like actually threaten me with anything. Worst he can do is lose me time. As you can see, Guy is doing great numbers of damage. Gonna go for the double heal here, so he heal before and after his attack. Hope he doesn't put the RD to sleep. Thank you. So I can second buff Guy this turn, which I was supposed to do in the very first turn, but couldn't because RD didn't have special bar. There we go. That should add a decent bit of extra damage. Not a huge fan of you biting Maxim. Again, there's a lot worse you can do. Just happy that Guy is finally hitting for his good numbers. Reviving and Dragon Tooth. Can you not? Kinda would like you to, you know, not kill Maxim, because I kinda need IP for him on the next, on him for the next fight. So I'd really appreciate if, you know, you did some AoE attack that didn't kill anyone right now. Thank you. Nice crit. Spring Rush, Glacial Blast, heal. Should definitely be dead after this turn. There we go. Alright then, Fire Dragon dead. Yay! So, the old man here is the village elder of Chet, and he's being like, "Oh hey, you guys are actually really strong. Are you the guys who were fighting the Sinistrals?" And we're like, "Yep, that's us." And he's like, "Cool, there's mermaids under the sea, and you should absolutely go visit them because they're great, and they might be able to tell you very important infos." So we're just like, "Yeah, sure, sounds like a plan." Visiting him at home now, so he gives us a pearl, a mermaid jewel, jade. I'm not even sure what the actual name was of the item anymore. Pre-Merle, I think. I don't know. No, Jade of Mermaid. Jade of Mermaid. Pre-Merle was the city. Jade of Mermaid is the item. Yep. Seeing it in my notes right now. So, yeah, he gives us the Jade of Mermaids, which allows us to get into the Mermaid Town, where we're then gonna learn that they do not actually know as much as the village elder thought they knew. And then they're suddenly gonna freak out as they're getting messages about a ghost ship in the area and about water currents randomly changing and about the princess going missing. So, you know, all serious sounding stuff. That sounds like, you know, they could need some help with that. So we're gonna take care of that then. Especially since, you know, just the queen runs after her daughter. Which, you know, is not great. When a ruler suddenly is gone. So that's the first passenger, the currents change, the ghost ship has been sighted, and a princess is missing. Queen telling the guards that to not go near the cave because it's dangerous. And then the queen excusing herself, going into that cave. So after them we go. So we just heard ghost ship. Ghost ship, that sounds kind of undead, doesn't it? Well, funny enough, even though it is a ship, yes, ghost ship is undead, which will mean we're doing the exact same thing we did for Avenge Ghost. We're just going to use a lot of our healing abilities in order to deal massive amounts of damage in order to kill it quickly. So, I forgot to do the equipment. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. Okay, you still have the tough height at least. I hate myself right now. Okay, improvising. Yay! Oh great, you don't have enough MP for this either. Woohoo. Okay, this is just wow. I absolutely hate myself right now. That moment when you miss a small menu and it just changes everything. Not like this. So yeah, suddenly this fight becomes from a quick one-turn kill without any issues to a big problem. Yeah, those are looking absolutely ugly. Maxim could really use the IP, but of course no one is hitting him. You okay? What? I bought the I grabbed the safety miracle for a reason. This is the reason. Heal those MP. Allow me to deal damage. Incredibly awkward. Especially since they're not really attacking Maxim and Maxim is not getting IP back, so I can't really do anything about that. Oh, this is absolutely horrifying. don't. Thank you. Well, good news, I'm not gonna go 20 minutes underestimate. Gonna get closer to that then. Can you please just hit Maxim? Like, come on. He's right there. Just need to hit him. Shouldn't take too long anymore though. He should be low by now. 1 or 2 more casts should seal the deal. So, lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Always read your notes. Hey, there we go. Oh, it took like 3 minutes longer than it should have. Right, so I've been talking about how this game has a couple things that are extremely odd and are, you know, mostly funny. Like we've walked on air, we've seen the weird name combinations in the equipment menu. Let's just make sure that is everything all right. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna need anymore. Just, you know, for continuity's sake, make sure that everything here works out and is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, we had many things. I've talked about the 80% if we get the showcase running. That the world record for that is like 50 seconds. Those are all things that are like, at least they're not too game breaking and they're not like easy to find and not accidentally doable, etc, etc. However, there is one blunder in the US version that is, I don't know, I have no clue how it was possible for the devs to not notice this one during the game testing when they did the US release. Like, did they even game test this? I'm not sure, because we're about to see like the weirdest thing in the entire game. So, this is the Sea Shrine. Here's where, according to legend, we'll be able to find the dual blade. We are chosen, we are allowed in, and yeah, this is the temple. This is not how the temple is supposed to look. This is absolutely not how the temple is supposed to look. I still have no idea how that came through game testing. I have no idea why the US version is the only one where this room is absolutely just sprite scramble. There's a second room like this in the cave. It's the final floor of the ancient cave. And also, if you don't know exactly which tile you're on and which the stairs sprites replaced, then you're absolutely possible that you're not finishing the game there, because you're just not able to find out how to even get out of there. Anyways, Flying Island. Oh my god! And it's controlled by the Sinistrals. This is Daos, by the way. This is the master of the Sinistrals, master of terror. He just, you know, had the Lufia's blade in front of us, and the floating island also has laser beams, and now everyone is dead. Apparently, apart from us, even though we're standing right here, that giant laser beam just did not do anything to us. Just, you know, destroyed houses, killed everyone, just, you know, not us. So, sure. Yeah, so we have a flying island. I don't think a submarine is gonna help us getting to a flying island. So let's ask the genius if they have any idea on how to deal with it. And the idea obviously is going to be, well, we're just going to build an airship. However, the engine, the engine, I think it was pronounced, his famous invention, is not strong enough to power the devices needed for it. So yeah, we have no idea how to do that, and building a new one would take forever. So he's also like, well, there is just one kingdom that is like very military, and they might have copied his plans or something. I still don't know how the plot line actually comes together, even after reading the story 1,000 times. That, oh yeah, Lexus invented the engine, and then just the Grazie Kingdom just copy-pasted it in bigger somehow without actually seeing the thing. I'm still extremely wondering about it. But also, wait, why am I talking Grazie Kingdom? It's not Grazie Kingdom in the US version, because also that is also one of those funny little bugs that absolutely make no sense. Because yeah, apparently the game is unable to display Grazie Kingdom, because we're not going to Grazie Kingdom. We're going to, wait for it, apostrophe Y, a free Y kingdom. It's not Grazie, it's apostrophe free Y kingdom, the greatest kingdom in the game. Why is it called apostrophe free Y kingdom in the US version? I have no idea. Anyway, yeah, we're here and we're really getting put to sleep. Woohoo. And thrown into prison. Well, that could have gone better. How are we getting out of here? Anyone know how to lockpick? No? Well, that's trash. Oh my god, it's Bernie and Bert! From like, 3 hours ago. They tried to steal the crown and they blew themselves up with the bomb, and then the guards didn't catch him and they got off with the bomb, and then they freaking washed themselves away with the sewers. Ah, good times. I was like so long ago. How good to see them. Well, turns out they were here to, do the same thing again, steal the crown, and we're just like, yeah, you guys are idiots. You can't do anything. And then they're just like, you know what? We're the best thieves ever. And then just, they're locking they're picklocking the lock. Yay, lock picking the lock. And forgetting to to close it again. Well, guess we're free now. We're not gonna complain about freedom. Alright, heal, menu, save, big menu, we put Selim to the left, Artie to the front right, we do Maxim, strongest, Sonic ring, we do Artie, ghost ring, and Pumpkin Jewel, we do Guy, Camo Armor, and Rocket Ring, and Selen gets Strongest Ice. Yeah. That's the menu. Oh no, guards! Well, they got caught quickly. But hey, the soldiers of Grazie Kingdom, the greatest military force of the planet. Except, they're already done. Yeah, they don't have that much health, do they now? They're not that great as soldiers. Oh well. Guess we're leaving. Prison break! So, remember how this is no major glitches? I'm about to do a wrong thing. I'm about to do a non-major glitch that is gonna skip like half of this dungeon. How is a non-major skipping half the dungeon? Well, you see, there's this lever here that, opens this pathway over there. Now I'm supposed to go all the way back to the start, turn around and get here. However, funnily enough, this box down here doesn't have collision. So we can walk through the wall and grab the chest. Yay! Small oversights. You leave me alone there. Alright, that on the button. Hook over there. Turn the lever. And time to leave. Don't like the swings. Open the eye. Definitely avoid the squid. Squids are very, very dangerous. We do not want to mess with them. All right. Good, good, good. Right, we're out again, haha. And Birdie and Bots got caught immediately again. Jesus Christ, they really like getting caught. Anyways, yeah, giant army. They're about to declare war to the entire world. They have a weird-looking machine. Go away, soldier. That is a very weird-looking machine that they have there, and they're like, yeah, but we're the mightiest military in the world. You have no chance against us, and then get it. You're getting destroyed. Get them, and yeah, as we've just seen before, the army isn't actually that great. So we're just gonna do the exact same thing and just kill all the soldiers immediately. And then he's gonna launch that weird machine at us. What is that weird machine? Well, in this medieval setting, it's a tank. For those who haven't been able to tell, it's a tank. Say hello to the tank. Holy energy, pumpkin jewel. You're attacking and you're casting trick on all. So this is a tank. The tank has about 10,000 health. We're gonna do a lot of attacks. We hope to not see too many missile blasts. We want to see machine gun attacks. Machine gun attack is very, very nice. Missile blast immediately. Fun times. And what was it again? Maxim in the back with Guy. Okay, cool. Attack, 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 attack. Since IP is low. So when he does missile blast, he charges a powerful attack. That can be one of two things. It can be the incendiary bomb, which is the preferred thing. Since it's a powerful AoE that fills our bars, and we like our bars being filled, because when our bars are filled, we can do strong special attacks that we really like to do. And the other thing he can do with Missile Blast is he can do a strong single target attack that will guaranteed kill anyone who it targets, which we really don't want to see. Generally, we just want to see the AoEs. Machine gun attack, very nice. More machine gun attacks. We love it. Holy energy, Dragon Rush, champion. Actually, a good fight for once. I can't believe it. I love it when he spams machine gun attacks. That's the best thing he can literally do. And there he goes down. Cool. And yeah, obviously, a giant tank has to be powered by a giant engine. And yeah. They're incredibly mad that we destroyed their tank, and they're extremely frustrated about it. So they're just, hitting the self-destruct button on the castle. Because of course their castle has a self-destruct button. Which castle does not have a self-destruct button, I ask you? Only the boring ones, that's the ones. So Birdie and Bot somehow managed to escape. They're kind of stuck though there, but at least they got the crown. So yay, W for Birdie and Bird. Except that they have no idea how they're supposed to get there. The bridge is destroyed, they don't have a submarine. So yeah, guy in the left, Artie in the right. Guy, Undead, Ring, Artie, Crystal One, Rocket Ring, B-Rock, which is still on Selen, Thunder Ring, Crystal Wand. Okay. So, with that new engine, as Lex's brilliant invention is named, we're now gonna be able to remodel our ship into an airship. Yay! But obviously that is a very, very delicate process that requires a lot of care, so... We've heard bombs, we've heard the Firebird spell, a lot of weird things happening in that airship, but hey, now it's now it's an airship! Which means we can go to the flying island, except I can't because the storm winds and something, so I need to climb towers and weaken the powers of the island. That part has always been confusing me as well, to be fair. So yeah, anyways, we've now unlocked access to the final city and the final 3 dungeons. Yay, flying! And also with the final city, obviously, we also unlocked the best shop in the game, where I am now going to buy my favorite items after selling the Zergorots, as we're gonna buy 2 Zerko shields. Now, from stat-wise, you might have seen there that it is a bit of a downgrade. It's not that great stat-wise, but so why is it my favorite item? Well, the Zerko shield comes with a special attack. You know how most shields that we've used so far had a special attack that boosted one character's attack power by a bunch? Well, the Zerko shield has that too, except it's AoE. And I now have 2 of them. So yeah, welcome to the final stage of the game, the buffing phase. Now everything that we kill for the rest of the run is either going to be undead or a dragon. So undeads we're going to all attack. Every single one of my party members now has a holy weapon, except for Guy, who still has a dragon weapon. However, he has a dragon weapon with the undead ring equipped, so his normal attacks will still do holy damage, while his special attacks will still do dragon damage. And then we're coming to the 3 towers. So on top of those 3 towers, the gods themselves have sealed incredibly powerful items, gear pieces, specifically for the fight against the Sinistrals. You don't annoy me. And yeah, we're gonna grab them, and the 3 sisters are gonna create a force field to trap the Doom Island in the middle of there, so we can actually go and board it and, you know, save the world, kill the Sinistrals. Should have manually targeted the leech. Getting happy that they're that way. I'm still wondering why the heck they're not weak to holy. They're vampires. That still has been confusing me for a long time. Anyways. Quick healing, because damage is nice. Got a bad encounter with that, to be fair. The vampires are absolutely not what I want to see in those fights, because they absolutely will take a while to kill. Epic music. That's the one that I have to kill for the stairs. Which means Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth. And they should be dead, unless I low roll all 4 of them. So as we're approaching the top of the tower, on top of the tower, obviously the Sinistrals are somewhat aware of our plans right now. And they're also kind of here because they're hoping to get those legendary artifacts, legendary armor pieces for themselves. And, you know, so they're kind of want to stopping us. So, say hello to Gadus. Gadus is back. Yay! He got resurrected by Aram, the Sinistral of Death. And he's back for more fun. Woohoo! Attack. Whoop, not yourself. Attack. 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 Berserker. So yeah, Gadus is back. Enjoy the Sinistral theme again. Basically, just explain to us. So yeah, there's this Sinistral called Aram, and Aram is the Master of Death. As long as Aram is alive, she can infinitely revive the Sinistrals, which, you know, is kind of cheating. But what can you do? Also, a fun fact for those who have been here for a while, respect and thanks for everyone who's been in chat. If there's any people, I don't have a chat on my end on the table, sadly. Hey, he's dead. A few hours ago, we've had that one Gadus, the first Gadus fight, where it was a scripted death. Where I said we were, in theory, able to kill him with enough grinding, etc., etc. Funny enough, this one, the third Gadus fight, and the fourth one that's coming up in a little bit after, have the exact same stat as that very first one. So technically speaking, you have the ability to kill one of the final bosses very early. Which is interesting for me, which also just means that, you know, Gadus is an absolute pushover. We're not even deeming him of double buffing in these fights. And yeah. Escape. We're going to optimize. Quick heal. And then we're going to make a small detour to Lonne. And we're going to a casino, but obviously because gambling in a speedrun would be very inefficient, we're just gonna do what everyone wishes they do. We're just gonna buy all the chips in the world and then just redeem what we want. And in this case, it is a see-through cape for Selen. Why do we want a see-through cape? Well, we're coming up to Amon, the Sinistral of Chaos, and yeah, he likes to spam status effects. And fun fact from what is actually not really common knowledge, a lot of equipment pieces in this game give immunity to certain status effects. They just don't tell you that they do that. And we've basically been collecting a certain equipment pieces for a long time by now that give us immunity to certain status effects, so that we can be safe from them. So, especially status effects like confusion, death, sleep, you know, general things that either just, you know, murder me immediately or annoy me to the hell. We have immunities for those, and the see-through cape is like multi-immunity, I think, if I remember correctly. And is therefore the best option for Selen. Has a little low defense, but like, who needs defense anyways? Always have to think for a little moment how to deal with these. Since I'm sometimes unsure on how they're gonna move. Whoops. That's not a back attack. Let me actually run away from this one, because I'm not going to deal with two vampires on a non-back attack. Thank you. There we go. That one went a lot smoother than the last one. Past dragons. stun him once again because... Right, follow the stairs. Till a door to the top left. And force dragon, kill with dragon tooths. Meep. Of course we low roll. Not a problem. We have holy weapons. He's very low. There we go. Alright, off we go. That should have been... Yep, that's the end. Make sure everyone's full health or close to full health. That's good enough. Alright. Off to Amon, Sinistral of Chaos. So with this one we're going to start a script that we're going to see for a lot of battles in the near future. We're putting Guy in the back. We're going to do Holy Attack. Can't do the Holy Attack, and then Berserker. And then next turn we're gonna swap front row and back row, and that's gonna be a thing that's gonna happen a lot in the next couple fights. So yeah, once again, immune to most of the stat effects. Buffing up twice in order to maximize our attack power. And then just, you know, poking him to death. I healed with the wrong person. Well, that's that, Selen. Couldn't be a problem, though. I remember how I said very, very early about properties of spells? Well, Valor is a revival spell. Since I'm casting it on 4 people right now, mainly just to heal the other 3, it has a 25% chance to revive Selen, and it didn't hit that. Would have been fun if it did. But it's fine. Is that enough for a Dragon Rush? It is not. Trying it one more turn. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna actually, you know, properly throw a revival item with one of the others. 25% chance? Sadly didn't proc. Okay, cool. Yeah. Attack, regain, champion. Hey, and there is that finally. A bit of an awkward fight. But that's the tower cleared, giving us the Divine Helmet. Right, and off to the third tower. So on the third tower, we're actually not going to encounter a fight. Daos is going to be there. Is going to be yapping about how he's thankful that we broke the seals, and that he's now going to take the divine gear off of our dead corpses. Except then the dual blade shows up and is like, "Wait, I'm not friends with you anymore," and then comes to us. And after that, Daos is just gonna be like, "How is that possible? That's not supposed to be possible." Right door, stairs, and I hate that dragon. Okay. Yeah. Not much explaining to do right now. Just following the path. So, Xoneris. You want to spend some time talking again?
What if I say no?
then I'm gonna be very upset because I enjoy listening to your soothing voice through that wonderful, wonderful microphone.
Oh, you're too kind, friend. Yeah, I can talk for a moment. Because it has been a moment, and maybe in the meantime we've got some viewers that tuned in for the first time and don't even know who we are. So we are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We are a dedicated organization focused on hosting marathons within the Benelux region. And currently we are excited to be live streaming this event here from our new venue, the Fletcher Hotel in Nieuwegein in the Netherlands. Which is, yeah. If you're new to the stream, hey, welcome. I hope you're enjoying our time here. We're raising money for Mind. Currently, we are sitting at 1,951 euros that we have raised in the past 2 days. The marathon will go on until Saturday. So there's plenty of cool speedruns still coming up and plenty of time for you to still donate, or plenty of time for you to just watch this event if you want to watch this event. And yeah, we have some partners. For example, check out more on-site speedrunning marathons from our partners, NSG Fall 2025 in Gjerdrum, which is in Norway, which is going to be on September 19th to September 21st, or UKSG Blue 2025 in Glasgow, Scotland, which is going to be from September 27th to 28th. So, yeah, please also check out some of our friends from all around Europe. Yeah, just mentioned it. Fletcher Hotel Nieuwegein in Utrecht. Yeah, thank you so much to the hotel for providing us with our brand new venue here. This is our second event at this venue. The first annual BSG Annual at this event. Yeah, bigger and better than before. New space allows us to host our growing community. So if you live somewhere in the Netherlands or in the Benelux region, or like honestly anywhere in the world, and you're watching this and you're thinking to yourself, man, this looks like a really cool, fun event. Yeah, come join us here in Nieuwegein in Utrecht.
Comes with a lot of perks as well. As someone who's here, I sadly I did not have the privilege to be here for BSG Plus, but I am very, very happy to be here at Annual this year, enjoying everything that the hotel has to offer, like the free parking. Free parking! Hey, we got a little one. And also, as I've only learned like a couple days ago, they have a wellness area with like an indoor pool and a sauna and very cool stuff. And it's actually like accessible to anyone that has a room. Like no additional, you don't need like a luxury suite or to have access or need to pay like $150 extra to get that. No, you literally just like book a room for a couple days and you can enjoy those.
Yeah.
And that is definitely what I'm going to do. Like, after I'm done with this run, I'm going to take a nap and then people can find me in the sauna.
Yeah, as someone who has used the pool and the sauna before, I can confirm what you said, and it's very good. I enjoyed my time, especially in the sauna. It's very nice. So if you want to try out a sauna, just, come next BSG event and you can book a hotel here or book a room in the hotel here, and you get to, try a sauna. No extra cost.
Alrighty then, we are approaching endgame. Had a little bit of setbacks, we're no longer really on the 25 pace that I mentioned an hour or so ago. Unfortunate, but happens. Yeah, we're approaching endgame. What has happened, as you could have seen from the cutscene, we kind of trapped Doom Island in a barrier. Unfortunately, Amon kind of destroyed our airship, so we're back in Bavaria right now to have it repaired. And as soon as that has happened, we are going in to charge at Doom Island and start the final boss rush. At that moment, I would just want to mention for tech, final boss does not equal time at this point. After the final boss, there's like another 2-minute sequence for us to go through. And yeah, we're just, going in now. Which also a little fun fact. Lufia 2 is a prequel, actually, as Lufia 1 is playing 100 years after Lufia 2, and actually starts with the final bosses of Lufia 2. Also, Decker is alive! Oh my god! He survived! Very, very happy moment. Can we just ditch Selen and take Decker with us to the final fights instead? Is that a possibility? No? Sad. Okay, so Decker is gonna clear out the enemies over here so we can, you know, leave in peace without knowing that everyone here is gonna get butchered. And yeah, we're going out for Doom Island, where we're just gonna fight the D4 Sinistrals again. That means we will face off, first of all, we will face off once again against Gades, then after that against Amon, and then we're gonna meet the last two that we haven't fought yet, which are Aram and Daos. And Aram and Daos are supposedly the hardest ones, as they spam a ton of status effects and are generally dangerous. However, funnily enough for us, they are the easiest. We have protections against the status effects. Oh no, they destroyed the ship! Haha, psych! Be backed up. And also the Daos and the Aram fights are completely scripted. So this right now, this is basically the start. If you buy Lufia 1 and launch it, this is exactly the moment where it starts, with this cutscene of us starting in here. Just gonna have to give you your new helmet, and then we're in for the fun. So, Gades, as the last few times, kind of a pushover. We'll just throw him in, throw a couple attacks at him, only buff once. That will be Dragon Rush, actually everything, yeah. Holy Energy, one Berserker. The special thing for these fights is that every single time we start a fight, we start with full AP or IP on everyone, so we can unleash the full potential of our weapons. As I've said, every one of our characters is using a holy weapon that deals holy damage. Boop, boop. In case of Maxim, Selen, and Ardi, they even have a holy weapon that has a special attack that will the damage of 3 normal attacks. So as you just seen, the fat little 2500 over there from Maxim with that special attack. Why are you not dead yet? You should be dead. Sure, let's play it safe then. And put another heal in here. I feel like he's close enough that our attacking with Ardi should have killed him here, but like, you know, safety first. Yeah, okay, he was that close. So as we've been talking about it, we've unleashing now the full power of our holy weapons, as every single one of those 4 fiends is weak to holy, and also to mention, on the last tower we got the Divine Shield, as well as access to the Dual Blade, which, you know, the weapon of legend, the only thing that can just kill the Sinistrals, except we're not even using it because the weapon is kind of mid compared to our Silver Sword that, as you've seen, you're doing 800 to 2500 damage in a single turn. Lufia Blade would not be able to hit those numbers. Right, and now we're getting into the rhythm. Holy, holy... Berserk, Berserk. 2 attacks, 2 buffs. Next turn we swapping, then we're doing again 2 attacks with the 2 special attacks with front row. God, I just love this theme. Right, switching rows, special attack, who heals here? Ardi heals here. Yeah. Not happy about that. But I'm just gonna proceed like last time. Actually, no, since we're full, yeah, just revive her. Don't multi-heal, no heal, no need to heal the others. They're on full health. No need to try to get Selen up with a 25% rest. Can you stop? Don't do your normal attacks. Do your AoE attacks. They can't kill anyone and they give me easier ways to kill you, so please. Oh, you know, yeah, hit someone that can actually lift a hit. Was about to say, should be getting close, and there he goes down. So, as I said, those were, technically speaking, the easier ones. In reality, they are the harder ones, funny enough. As I said, the other two fights that we have left have scripted turn orders. They will always use the same attacks in the same order, which allows us to make very, very good use of everything. So we're just switching equipment around a little bit. The Holy Robe and the Sonic Ring. Yep. Healing up, because full HP is important. Yes, Ghost, Sonic, Holy, Rocket. Yes. Okay. Actually doing one little detour for safety, just grabbing an extra miracle in case anything should go wrong, which it absolutely shouldn't. But, you know, especially for marathon, safety is there, especially since there's like 15 of those around here. As I said, full revive with full health, full MP. Very, very powerful items. Should not be needing them anymore. Alright, let's see how those goes. And with that, I say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dem Legs! Also those that knows, but mainly Dem Legs! Look at that model, look at that design. Isn't she beautiful? You won't see the nose much because it's mostly going to be covered up by holy energies. But especially if you get a look at her face, look at her nose, look at her legs. Right, first turn, very, very simple as always. Attacks with the front row, buffs with the back row. Second turn, we're switching that around, healing with Selen. Blizzard, Holy, Champion, attack. Should be another Dark Fry. Turn 3, Guy, attack, Holy, Champion. And then fourth and last turn, switch Guy and RD, and then just Holy and spam attack. It looks risky right now, I know, but she is that close to death. It is consistent. The only thing that is still random in these fights, if they're doing anything single target, who gets hit, which might affect the IP and the ability of being able to do certain abilities at certain parts of the fight. But aside from that, like, the damage is consistent and they will die when they should die. Alright, Guy gets the Anger Brace, Selen the See-Through Cape. We heal up, and with that we have the final menu of the game done. As we're going into the final fight against Daos, the Master of Terror. And absolutely, he is terrifying, spamming insane amounts of status effects. Luckily enough, we are able to protect against all the important ones, except for one thing. Maxim is not immune to sleep, so we're gonna use an Awake on him on the first turn in case he will get put to sleep. RD uses the Battle Lost on Maxim. Selen uses a Fake on all to increase our speed, and Maxim gets us the Berserker for more attack buffs. we start with Terror Wave. As I said, will cause a lot of status effect. We might see some poison, we might see a sleep on Maxim. We get the sleep on Maxim, but as I said, as he is not immune, we already prepared with that with the Awake from Guy. We're switching Artie with Maxim. We're using Dragon Rush. We're using Holy Energy, Cast Champion, and Holy Energy for turn 2. Turn 3, switch Guy and Selen. Holy Energy, Attack, and Champion. Normal attack on Guy. That means he will die to the end of the fight, but that's not really an issue. Turn 4, Selen and Artie. Attack or Holy Energy, attack or Holy Energy, attack and Champion. There's the Dark Reflector, which means all damage is getting thrown back, which goes on to Guy, which we don't really care. Turn 5, spam attack. He will use Thunder. There is a chance the damage rolls to kill Guy. Doesn't matter if it does. He will die next turn, but we're just gonna spam our specials. And there we go. That's the final boss. As I said, very, very simple. Just, gotta know how to read. Incredibly funny that they're just, the final 2 bosses are just completely scripted. But hey, we're using it. But yeah, they're not giving up yet. They're trying to launch one final attack against us, trying to eradicate us. They know they've lost, but they want to at least know that we're gone too. We're obviously trying to defend because obviously we're not just gonna take that. It is a very, very hard fight of energy, but we're somehow able to to pull through. And with that, the Sinistrals are defeated. It's over. Hey Guy, you're okay, right? Yep, sure. I mean, Guy is the guy, can't kill the guy. Artie, yep, is doing fine, very fine. Selen, my beloved wife. We can go home now to see our baby boy. Except, yeah, Selen sadly got deathly injured on that final exchange. And Daos is still not quite done with us, as he still has one last ace up his sleeve. Guy and Artie leaving as they can. We're mourning our wife not being able to teleport out, and then Daos showing up and telling us like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you might have killed us, but we're dropping the island, the floating island, the entire floating island, on your baby boy, because why not? Because petty revenge and all." And then Iris shows up the last time, and Maxim is like, "Wait, your energy, you're not Iris, you're Aram, you're the Sinistral of Death." And she's all like, "Well, I wanted to die, and I can't die, so, I kind of helped you to try and kill us." And with that, she's now opening us the path to stop Doom Island from dropping on our baby boy. We get one more awesome soundtrack to go with. We have one last mission. We have to destroy 3 energy crystals. Once we've done that, we're preventing the island from dropping on our baby boy, which obviously we can't have happen. We already lost our wife. We can't also lose our baby boy. And then afterwards, we can worry about how we get out of here. Now we've destroyed the first crystal. And then there's the second crystal. Boom. Kind of wish they made this one like a timed thing, like you know, adding it like a 2-minute timer to do this would have probably, you know, made it a little bit more static. You know, give us a good ending and a bad ending. Anyways, we're coming up to the final crystal. Tech, get ready on time. We're pouring our last strength into it, but it is not enough. Our power isn't enough, but the dual blade is here to assist us, and we're sacrificing our last power and time. Another promising run that turned terrible towards the midway point. Unfortunate. And yeah, Maxim having sacrificed the final bits of his power. Also sadly perishing here together with his wife. It is a sad story. It is a sad ending. It's not the happy end everyone wants. But, oh well, you can't win them all. And yes, credits story is just like, you know, everyone going home being like, we're gonna throw a giant party, we can't wait for Maxim and Selen to come back to celebrate our victory, and being like, everything is gonna be fine, everything's great, and then, yeah, just like, Artie goes home, Guy goes home, says we gotta prep the party. We're gonna go back to the starting town where we're gonna see Tia, and Tia's gonna be like, she's crying because she's feeling like something has happened, and suddenly starts crying even though she hasn't cried in years. And then we're gonna do one last visit to our baby boy, and then it's done, it's over. I'm just trying to mash into the part where it actually turns into an auto-scroller so we get the more interesting music. But yeah, that was Lufia 2. Any percent, no major glitches, no manip. I'm kind of doubting, looking at the donation counter, that someone just threw in another 240 for the NA%, so that's sadly not going to happen. If you want to see it anyways, I mean, you can just look it up on speedrun.com, obviously. If you like the run, check out other runners, check out my stream, follow me if you want more. I'm probably going to grind this more. My PB currently sitting at a 427. I want to absolutely demolish that in the coming weeks, trying to get it down to a sub 410. I think world record is currently sitting at 353, so it shouldn't be that hard if I, you know, get a bit more practice in, and especially get more consistent in the late game. The late game is absolutely my problem. If you want to learn the speedrun, speedrun.com is your go-to place. If you want to talk with other people about the game, look for the Lufia 2 Ancient Cave speedrunning Discord. It's your main go-to place. It is very active. If you want to talk about anything Lufia, it is the go-to place. If you have any questions, want notes, if you want to get into the Ancient Cave, it is the go-to place. And yeah, I'm running out of things to say, and we don't really have to rush the end. There's the thing that's kind of cool to see in the end. Like, after the credits, there's the teaser for Lufia 1, which doesn't really make sense because that's, you know, already released. And then it ends with to be continued in Lufia 1 and the end. And after that, you get a nice little screen that shows you, like, your in-game time, the amount of battles you've done, the amount of times you ran away from battles. Jesus Christ, I can finally stop mashing. Yeah, it's interesting set, like how many times a character has died, etc, etc. It's a nice little thing for a SNES game. Just, yeah, if you want to play it, I'd say casually, do not touch the US version. Do not touch the US version. It is buggy as hell. It is creepy as hell. Like, to say something like, I'm not going to show the any percent run, but basically the main thing that we're abusing to get into the code to credit warp is literally just, we're going into the options, we're going to the sound settings, we're putting the sound from stereo to mono, and then back to stereo, and that breaks the entire menu for whatever reason, and from then onwards, we're just able to do whatever we want to the game. It is absolutely wild how broken the US version is. But yeah, that's it from my side. Thanks BSG for having me, thanks for having the run in. You'll be hearing me on host shift for a couple more times over the week. You will not be seeing me anymore unless we get a backup run or something but we'll see about that. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the event. That's it. That's it for me.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, that was Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. Thank you so much for entertaining us and the viewers at home for 4.5 hours, roughly. Unfortunately, it wasn't faster. No PVs. You know, happens. But yeah, we'll be jumping into a quick intermission. And after that, we'll get to see Tobari 2, Dream Ocean. So stay with us, don't go anywhere.